Councilmember Fan.
Present.
Okay, he's here. And Councilmember Montano.
Here.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Here.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
I'm present.
And Mayor Tran.
Here. Thank you very much, Mary. And then we'll go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, for any comments before we head to closed session.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to note for the council of the public, we're going to adjourn to closed session for conference with legal counsel existing litigation. This involves the San Jose, Santa Clara wastewater treatment facility.
Okay, sounds good. So everybody's got Chris's email, and we'll see you in a virtual closed session.
Thank you.
Let's leave this meeting.
Okay, great. We'll just wait a minute here before we get started. Make sure we got everybody. Okay, looks like we're waiting on just a couple more folks. I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight across the city of Milpitas and around the world, wherever you may be. Thanks for tuning in to the live stream here on youtube.com and Facebook Live, as well as the portals of our City of Milpitas website. While we look for one more member to join us from the council, I want to thank our information technology department under the leadership of Mike Liu. We have so many meetings, subcommittee meetings, and I would be remiss to not acknowledge, thank, and give my appreciation for all the folks over at our IT department here in the city of Milpitas. For residents watching, we have various departments throughout this town, as you know, and oftentimes I don't think residents encounter our information technology support team as often as you would with other departments, and maybe you email them about something, and of course they provide the best customer service, but we want to really acknowledge our IT department, particularly during this time of the COVID-19 pandemic that we are sadly experiencing throughout our nation. And so thank you to the IT department for their continued service to our city and providing really, I would say, the greatest transparency through technology for our residents and stakeholders. I will look here on our Zoom meeting. And let's call them up here. Okay. I want to apologize if you hear children playing outside of my front door. They are running around out there before it gets dark. There are toys in the pathways, but I don't say anything. It's always about Milpitas families, absolutely. So hopefully it's dinner time for them, seeing I'll go inside. And, I'd hate to have a background noise on my audio feed. Okay, well, we will wait a little bit more for one of our members, and then we'll really look forward to jumping into tonight's agenda. I want to thank the public here. I want to acknowledge the public for their continued engagement with our meetings. It's been pretty interesting to see all the public comments and folks that are on the internet engaging through digital comments on various social media platforms. We are here to work for you and to listen to the concerns. And because of this virtual city council meeting, we're able to really be together as we conduct our city's business. Okay, fantastic. Looks like I see the whole council. We'll go ahead and get back into business. Folks, your city council just came back from our closed session where we discuss things like litigation. And so we'll go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, for any closed session announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm having some technical difficulties, but I'm back online. I did want to note for the public and the council that, yes, we did take direction in closed session, but there was no reportable action at a closed session this evening. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot, Chris. Next up here on our agenda, folks tuning in from at home, we do have a city council agenda. It's on our city website, City of Milpitas. Check it out. If you don't have it, it's really great. You can follow along. All right, here we go. Next up on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please, wherever you may be, please stand. I will lead the pledge this evening. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. And then next up is the invocation. It's assigned to myself tonight. With everything that's transpired in our nation and across the world this year in 2020, we find ourselves finally in the month of September. And every month this calendar year really has brought the unexpected, the unfortunate, the tragic, the sad, the stormy. And as we begin our lives into September, I'd like to just take a moment of silence for peace in our nation. We know that as we head towards the end of the year, there's going to be many great challenges our nation and Americans must endure. And we have had violence in our nation. We've had hate in our nation. And so tonight for the invocation, I just want everyone to take a moment of silence as we give our thoughts to those who have been victims. And if we can provide our silence and peace momentarily for a more peaceful future. Thank you very much. Okay, next up is our presentations. We have a couple this evening. Let me pull it up here on my iPad. Okay, so we have first National Suicide Prevention Awareness Week. This will be for September 6th to the 12th of this year. National Suicide Prevention Awareness Week. This year, COVID-19 has brought many challenges: a financial strain, distance learning, new habits we must adapt to. With recent natural disasters, calls for social change, and the need to stay 6 feet apart from others, many people are struggling with despair, isolation, depression, and other mental health issues. Some may feel suicidal. Here in Milpitas, we have a commitment to extend a helping hand to anyone who may be contemplating suicide and to family and friends who are also concerned about their loved ones. 2 years ago, we established a suicide prevention task force. And I want to recognize former Vice Mayor Marsha Grilly for really leading that effort. And I'm thankful for her work on this, along with the City Council at the time. The task force called Milpitas Hope, comprised of community leaders and residents, county suicide prevention staff, healthcare providers, and staff from the Police and Recreation and Community Services Department, who are working together to raise awareness and provide resources and free suicide prevention training. This year, the group is working to add members representing at-risk communities, offer awareness and prevention, activities for teens, and explore appropriate caring ways we can support survivors and prevent suicide attempts. Whereas one life lost to suicide is one too many, the City of Milpitas therefore proclaims September 6th to the 12th of this year National Suicide Prevention Awareness Week. Thank you. The second presentation is also a proclamation. And we're going to proclaim September as National Preparedness Month. Every year, September is recognized as National Preparedness Month to remind us all of the importance of planning ahead for disasters that may impact us. The response to lockdown at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic taught us that there is no better time to prepare than before an emergency begins. Preparing after a disaster has begun leads to shortages, panic buying, and poor overall preparation. This year's theme is Disasters Don't Wait. Make your plan today. This theme feels very apt in the last few weeks. A massive lightning complex fire struck the state of California, including near Milpitas. The Santa Clara Unit Lightning Complex fire started on August the 18th and spread along the hills in our Santa Clara County. The Lightning Complex fires hit 5 counties in total and are still active for 14 days. And they have burned over 390,000 acres. And due to the firefighters' efforts, the containment is now at 70% as of Monday afternoon. Thanks to preparedness from Milpitas staff, CAL FIRE, the Spring Valley Volunteer Fire Department, and the cooperation of firefighters from several counties, the massive fire complex did not enter the city of Milpitas, but did require evacuations from the Milpitas Hills. This should serve as a reminder of the importance of preparedness for multiple types of disasters and should encourage us all to do our part to help. Therefore, we hereby proclaim September of 2020 as National Preparedness Month. And I have one more presentation I'd like to present. It's a commendation. If I can have our IT department pull up the commendation. Here we go. Yes. It's such an honor for me to present commendations. I would like to think I do it more often than I actually do. But tonight I wanted to present a commendation I've been thinking about for a few months. And it's to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz. For folks at home watching, it is an opportunity of a lifetime to be the city manager of this city. There are so many experiences that our city attorney can dedicate his professionalism to. And as a legal expert and attorney, I know our city attorney has very much dedicated his focus to and his passion to our city and everything that's come before him. And so I wanted to recognize him tonight. And so on behalf of the Milpitas City Council, I, Mayor Rich Tran, would like to recognize and commend Christopher Diaz for his outstanding contributions as city attorney for the city of Milpitas. This is Chris's 5th year here in the city. And I was sitting back the other day, and I was just thinking, he's been here before everybody. Well, at first I thought, has he been here before everybody on the dais? But no, our city clerk's been here quite some time, and then council member Montano has also been here, and so. But for Chris to have that kind of tenure here as well, that shows he's one of the more, if I say respectfully, senior time-wise positions on the virtual days. I think that's outstanding. And 5 years is a milestone, and this commendation is certainly to recognize him. Chris is a partner for folks out there watching. Chris is a partner with the firm Best and Krieger, and serves as the city attorney for the city of Milpitas. We do not have an in-house city attorney, and I'm very pleased that we're with Chris as he represents BB&K. It is certainly beneficial to our city budget to outsource or contract a city attorney of his caliber, and other cities do it too. It's a great decision for various reasons. Chris is currently serving a 3-year term on the executive committee of the public law section of the State Bar of California. He has provided invaluable assistance to our efforts addressing the needs of our rapidly growing community through his expertise in all legal matters, especially in the areas of land use and environmental compliance, which he has great experience in, as we tackle both of our critical housing needs and expanding business development opportunities. With his strong passion for open and honest government, he has advised and trained our elected officials on the Brown Act, among other things, and other matters of compliance with conflict of interest and ethic law. And so I want to thank Chris for all he's done for the city. And I look forward to your continued success in the vital role of advisor and counselor to our great city. So I want to do a virtual applause for Chris. Yes. Chris, would you mind sharing a few words?
Yeah, no, thank you, Mayor. I mean, I know you mentioned this to me. I didn't think it would be tonight, but no, it's a great honor, I think, to be able to serve as city attorney to the city. And I know I've mentioned this probably to some of you, and I mentioned it a little bit in our Brown Act training that we had last week. One of the reasons I went into city attorney type work, into government work, I didn't grow up with a lot of money. And my mom raised us, my siblings and I, all 4 of us, as a single mother. And I know sometimes it takes government to step in to make sure that people can continue to function. And so for me, it is very personal. And I do believe, everything we do every day as city officials is of the utmost importance, because it keeps this city running for everybody. So I just wanted to thank you. It's very heartfelt to get this and just to have you guys celebrate this. And I do appreciate it. And it is my honor to serve all of you as the city attorney. I will say that I think I'm finishing up my 5th year. So we're starting the 6th year in a couple of weeks. So it's been a journey and it's been an adventure, but I would not change a thing. So thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate you. Okay, great. Moving on with our agenda tonight. Next up is the public forum, but I do want to check here. We do have the Milpitas City Council Code of Conduct, and I know the last meeting we made a decision to really honor the Code of Conduct and read it aloud. I wasn't sure if we're reading it before we called the meeting to order or what our protocol will be, and I don't mind reading it prior to calling the meeting to order. I do want to make sure we read it tonight. So, Councilor Montano, I know you're passionate about this. Did you want to read the Milpitas City Council Code of Conduct? It is on the agenda. Yes. Was there a comment?
Yes, it's Karina.
Okay, yes.
I think that since this is my humble opinion, because this is going to be part of the agenda, I would feel more comfortable if the code of conduct was read by Chris at the beginning of the meeting, just as he does asking the other questions. That way, there's no perception out, that's misguided in any way, where a community member may not hear one of us say it. So that gives a perception that we may not agree with it. So I think that it would just be best if we do a neutralize and give it to the city attorney to read before the council meeting. That's something they could kind of consider, please.
I appreciate that input. Thank you very much. I do want to go to the Vice Mayor, Bob Nunez, with the virtual raise hand here.
So mine was a comment after this, so I will wait for this because I was going to go back to Chris. So you folks go right ahead.
Chris, would you mind doing us the honor? I'm happy with anybody reading it, but
No,
Chris?
I'd be more than happy to. And if it's something the council would like to be read now, I'm more than happy to read it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's fine.
So what you have before you, and we're going to have this on every front page of your agenda, it's the Milpitas City Council Code of Conduct. So the first point is to be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language obviously matter. We want you to model civility. We want you to avoid surprises. We want you to praise publicly and criticize privately. We want you to focus on the issue, not the person. We want to refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. We want to disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. We want to separate government or governing from campaigning. The council should speak with one voice after making policy on issues. The council should respect the line between policy and administration. And then finally, the council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct.
Thank you very much, Chris. Appreciate you. All righty. And we're going to go back to the Vice Mayor, Bob Nunez.
Thank you very much. And so one of the things that I just wanted to say, this is Hispanic Heritage Month, and I didn't want this time to go by, Chris. I just think that recognition of you is long overdue. I was lucky enough to do a 41-second clip for Zanker School. I got a phone call from a friend, son, who is 5 years old, who said, stay on the council because you're not a movie star. So I know that's what he felt about my clip. But I look at us here, and I want to thank you, Chris, for really being a shining example to all those children that need examples as Latinx, where they can be and what they can be. And I look at the two women on our city council, Congress member, council member, soon to be probably Congress members, Corinne Dominguez and Carmen Montano, and you give the youth, Latino youth in this community some place to shoot for. So thank you both for sharing the dais with me, and Chris, thank you for being that shining example. So thank you.
Beautiful words. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Nunez. Okay. And so now we'll go to the public forum here. I want to check in with our city clerk, Mary Lavelle. How are we looking with the public comment for the public forum? Are there many?
Mayor, there are about 15 notes that have come in.
Okay, great. Now, are those any of them related to our agenda items tonight?
No, they're for the public forum.
Okay, great. And then what about comments for our what about comments for our agenda items tonight? How many?
I have not seen any incoming as of this time for particular agenda items yet.
Okay, great. It's 15. We'll go 1 minute tonight for those comments. Thank you.
Okay. If you're ready, I can start reading the comments.
Yes, please. Thank you.
The first comment you have is from Suraj Vishwanathan of 1461 North Milpitas Boulevard. Respected Mayor and council members, last Monday, the city attorney circulated a memo with rules surrounding political campaigns and city workers, which includes police officers, firefighters, city staff to all candidates running in the city council and mayoral races. Mr. Bob Nunez's Facebook video with the firefighters' supposed endorsement violates the spirit, if not the letter, of the city attorney's memo. While it may be argued that no one appeared in official uniform, the intent was clear, and the intent was to skirt the spirit of the city attorney's directive and smacks of typical but outrageous political trickery focused on misleading voters. Next comment is from Indrajit Mudra of the Milpitas Chamber of Commerce. Mayor Tran, Vice Mayor Nunez, Councilmember Montano, Councilmember Dominguez, Councilmember Fan, thank you for your commitment to Milpitas and its future. The Chamber launched an innovative visual directory, www.discovermilpitas.com, that highlights our businesses with a pictorial directory that is very engaging, that puts Milpitas businesses online for locals and visitors from around the country and internationally. We are currently allowing all businesses to sign up for free advertising until December 31st, 2020. The Chamber is very happy with Council's vote to make available 38 $5,000 micro grants to small businesses through Milpitas Micro Enterprise Grant Program. We thank Alex Andrade, Milpitas Economic Development Coordinator, TC it says there, Dennis King, SBDC, for the work behind the scenes. We have heard very positive input from several businesses already. That is really good. That is a 1-minute timer on that one. Your next comment is from Robert Young, 1866 North Park Victoria Drive, Milpitas. Mayor Tran, members of the City Council, City Manager, and staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Milpitas Chamber of Commerce. We would like to invite everyone in Milpitas to participate in our Shop Milpitas program, a great way to support our local businesses and customers win prizes. The list of participating businesses, rules, and receipt submission is on our website at www.milpitasshop.com. Any local businesses, including nonprofits, can sign up to participate at this site. Just click on the participation link at the top. All customers need to do is spend at least $20 before taxes on anything, get a receipt, and upload that receipt to our website. Each verified receipt will become an entry in our drawing for one of the $50 gift cards to spend at our local businesses. The program is now through September 27th. Please contact me at the Chamber if you have any questions. Thank you. Your next comment is from Daniel Granados, 326 South Able Street. My name is Daniel Granados. I own G Graphics and operate in Milpitas. I recently expanded within the same building, just a different unit, despite COVID. Milpitas City charged me $1,000 for a new occupancy permit. Since that is a mandatory requirement, I could have better spent the money to sustain and grow my business here in Milpitas. It could be very critical during COVID to either waive or substantially reduce the occupancy fee. My understanding is that other local cities have already done that. Why hasn't Milpitas? After all, we are Milpitas strong, right? If I were to get all or part of the fee back, I could help promote my local sign shop or use that money to donate signs or small banners to help out other businesses here in Milpitas who are also struggling like me. I love Milpitas, which is why I chose to relocate my business from San Jose. I am asking sincerely to take this into consideration. As a small business owner, it is tough and takes every bit of energy and dedication to strive. Okay, that's 1 minute limit on that one. Your next comment is from Isabella Kellis of Milpitas. My name is Isabella, and I'm a previous volunteer for the Corona Recovery Project. Recently, we distributed care packages for the unhoused in our local area, which included water, snacks, and other small utilities. However, I'm concerned that these individuals hygienic needs are not entirely being met, and strongly urge the council to provide accessible services like showers or laundry and clean clothes. This is especially important during the COVID-19 pandemic and making sure our citizens stay safe and healthy. Thank you. Next comment is from Warren Wettenstein, 320 South Able Street, Milpitas. As president of the Milpitas Chamber of Commerce, we invite Milpitas voters to attend the 3-part City Council Member Candidates Forum. Number 1, September 10th, Business and Economic Development. Number 2, September 24th, City Leadership, Budget, Taxes. Number 3, September 29th, Renters Protection, Social Issues, Homelessness. All will be 7 p.m. until 8:30 p.m. Check www.milpitaschamber.com or milpitasbeat.com for details. Sponsored by Milpitas Chamber, Milpitas Beat, Sunny Hills Neighborhood Association. Your next comment is from Yoli Garcia, 864 Founders Lane. Dear Mayor and Council members, I have a concern about our homeless and unhoused Milpitas residents. What exactly are the services and resources being provided to the homeless, and how are they being provided? My homework shows me we have only the Milpitas Food Pantry, and ID is required, and Home First on Valley Way. I would like to ask the City of Milpitas to consider bringing and paying for, on a recurring schedule, minimum once a month, the Dignity on Wheels mobile showers and laundry unit, the VHHP Valley Homeless Healthcare Program, and the Gardner Health Services mobile units to Milpitas. These are all Santa Clara County services. I am a part of a community group, Hope for the Unhoused, and we are willing to do our part and the work to help the city bring services to our homeless residents. It's a little embarrassing to hear about San Jose, Fremont, Hayward, Sunnyvale, Mountain View, all providing most or some of these services in their communities, and Milpitas is not on that list. That's a 1-minute timer on that one. Your next comment comes from Kelly Clark of Milpitas. Good evening, City Council members and Mayor Tran. As you close your eyes tonight in your warm bed, protected by the roof over your head, I hope you take a moment to think out the children of Milpitas, the ones that are homeless, the children that are unable to speak for themselves and that are waiting for you to help them. From the words of Whitney Houston's song, Greatest Love of All, I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. I urge you to think about the children, stop with all the excuses and focus on the reasons to help our Milpitas homeless, unhoused, and children. Think of the parents of those children that are renting and struggling right now, the ones that are on the verge of becoming homeless. Take action now. Your decision to take action or not to take action will impact the lives of hundreds of Milpitas children. How about you choose a positive impact? Next comment is from Urvish Kumar Mehta, Milpitas. To Milpitas City Council members, in order for emergency operations and disaster services to support and improve and support adjacent city or county, FEMA's firefighter grants could be availed. Also, the City of Milpitas could improve air quality projects by establishing transportation mini hubs through city vehicle program. Sincerely, Urvish. Next comment is from Kate Lee, 319 Woodruff Way. Good evening, city staff, city council members, and Mayor Tran. My name is Kate, and I am a co-founder of Corona Recovery. After distributing donated necessities to unhoused locals, I feel that the council should be open to expanding the services already available to these individuals to include accessible showers and laundry services. Upkeeping hygiene is critical to their safety and well-being and should be of utmost priority during these times. Thank you. Our next comment is from Lisa. Good evening, Mayor Tran and City Council. If you can please take just 1 minute after my comment, close your eyes and picture yourselves living on the side of the 680 freeway with nothing but maybe the clothes on your back. The clothes, however, are dirty, smell, and not the right size as you found them in a pile of garbage left by the homeless person that was living next to you. You have no water, no soap, no toothbrush, toothpaste, no tent, bedding, or bathroom. Your surroundings look and smell like a dump, and your lungs hurt as your home is on the freeway. Our group, Hope for the Unhoused, is asking for your help to give a little dignity back to the unhoused by providing them showers, guidance, and medical assistance, the basic necessities of life that so many of us take for granted on a daily basis. Together, we can bring a little dignity and happiness to the unhoused. Thank you. Your next comment is from Jean. Hello, Mayor Tran and Council. We need your help in providing services like showers, guidance, and medical services for our unhoused community in our city. We have a lot of work to do to help them make their way off the street. Think of what it is like to not be able to take a shower, shave, and have clean underwear and socks. We can provide this by working with the County of Santa Clara. We also need social workers to guide them in finding the things such as how to get an ID, how to apply for Social Security, etc. It is our moral obligation to help those who cannot help themselves. If we all just do a little, a lot will come of it. Thank you. Next comment is from Curtis Jackson. Elected officials serving in Milpitas must reside in the city. If Carmen Montano now lives in Modesto, then she must resign her position. Either way, she should resign for her problematic remarks and her praise of racists such as Susan B. Anthony. Next comment is from Ricardo Moreno. I am deeply troubled by the suggestion made by Evelyn Chua that there are too many Hispanics on the council. This is unacceptable and she should be removed immediately. Next comment is from Dwayne Carter Jr. Y'all gonna address Carmen's racism or what? It's been months and y'all still saying nothing. Next comment is from Richard Jameson. Carmen Montano should resign or be recalled. There's no place for racism in this city. We, the Afro-American community of Milpitas, will circulate recall petitions because there needs to be accountability. Next comment is from Rob Means, 1421 Yellowstone. I am concerned about how Milpitas Police Department personnel will respond during the next 2 months until the election, and even more concerned about the 2 months after the election and before the next duly elected president takes office. Trump has demonstrated that he has no regard for the rule of law. Trump is actively trying to provoke riots. Bandy X. Lee, Yale University forensic psychiatrist, and her colleagues have released a new mental health analysis of the president. In their analysis, they conclude, quote, Trump failed every criterion of sound mental capacity to make rational, reality-based decisions, which are critical to functioning in the role of president, unquote. There is very little time now, she says. Things will likely escalate from here. This is how the chaos, violence, and fear so apparent in Donald Trump's psychology translates into chaos, violence, and fear in the White House, the nation, and the world at large. Among other books outlining the danger Trump poses to our country. That's a 1-minute limit on that comment. Next comment is from Jackie Romero, Milpitas. Good evening, city staff, council members, and Mayor Tran. During the last meeting, regular meeting, I said eradicate homelessness. And what I meant by that is to eradicate homelessness in Milpitas, not what you made it mean, Mayor Tran. I believe you did not hear my message accurately. We must make it a priority to get our homeless community a safe place to live. No one should live in those conditions. Over the weekend, volunteers from Hope for the Unhoused invested our time to bring hygiene kits and meals to our homeless community. After this experience, I believe it is even more. This is urgent. We must help them now. Enough is enough. We cannot play small. We must play big. I know a couple of you are doing what you can, and we appreciate that, but we need every one of you to join this mission. So the only question is, what does our community have to do to get our city council to respond and get this on the next council meeting agenda? Thank you for your time, Jackie. Next comment is from someone who has already provided comment to you. Next comment is from Guadalupe Nava. Shame on Evelyn Chua for speak bad about Latinos. No racism in Milpitas. Next comment is from Navina Agarwal. I know Suraj Vishwanathan pretty well. Literally no person has ever called him son. He is only going by son to trick Chinese people to vote for him. I must speak up because this is unethical. This is perjury and is a felony offense to lie on your candidate paperwork. Next comment is from Voltaire Montemayor, 669 Penitencia Street. The mayor, vice mayor, members of the city council, the city manager and staff, fire prevention, awareness, and hazards are to be considered primarily. We should plan and anticipate and be ready for all safety measures. Special thanks to our local fire department. They are very alert and prompt. Next comment is from Shay Collins. Racism has no place in Milpitas. Shame on Montano, who can't even speak for herself and needed to hide behind her children. It don't matter if you biracial, ignorance is still ignorance. Next comment is from Duke Grossman. We have like 5 homeless people in Milpitas. Some people just crave attention and keep trying to make up problems that don't exist. Next comment from Lawrence Silva. Are we still under shelter at home? This Evelyn lady is dropping off campaign literature and I have major health concerns. How can you allow this when the virus can be transmitted through items? She doesn't wear gloves. Who knows where she's been throughout the day, and she's gonna walk around my neighborhood, touching my property. There must be some standards. Next comment, again from someone who has already provided comment to you. Next comment, Beto Ramirez. I am deeply moved by City Attorney Chris Diaz. He is a great role model to my children. It is refreshing to see the work and contributions of Latinos highlighted in the city. That said, somebody must address Chua's racism towards Latinos. And that is the end of public comment for you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you so much, Mary. I appreciate your service here for our community. I want to thank all the public for their input and comments. I can only say to email us if you want change. You got to email your representatives, all 5 of us here on the council. That's how change is going to happen. We're your representatives, and it's our job to represent you. I'm still looking for emails. Again, I just want to say to follow up, you know, it's great to do public comment, but it's really a two-way street. And it's only if we connect with each other, the whole community, the whole council. It's our job to represent and advocate for social justice. And if you have a deep concern that you feel is real, wherever you're coming from, reach out to Councilmember Montana, reach out to myself, reach out to any of us equally, because it's our job to create solutions. So not just interesting comments, but other comments as well, issues in the community. Please send us an email. I will, at this time, for me, request for the city manager to provide the community information on what we've done. We've spent hours, for example, with homelessness. We've budgeted many different things that were approved, you know, over the last few years, and we've really been addressing homelessness however we can as a city for many years. And so we are doing things. That's just public record. But I'd like to kind of ask city manager to, you know, we should showcase those things. And I know it's not the ultimate answer to everything, but I do want the community to know that we have done things. I think there's some headlines out there, newspaper articles, just different things, and our council has done great. in that regard. And so that's my request here as we conclude the public comment, pardon me, the public comments of the public forum. If our city manager sooner than later, and I have maybe someone from our staff to put out the information, the things that we've done, and tax dollars that we spend, and maybe some explanation of different legal, kind of barriers that we face, if I may. It's a really complicated deal, and I'm so thankful for our city staff and the work they've done. So, but we'll go through the appropriate channels to connect with the community with that. So, I appreciate everybody. Again, public comments. If this is how it's going to be from now until November, so be it. But please follow up with an email. Just let us know what we can do. I'll sit here and listen to all the comments over and over and over again. I've done that. I'm an expert at that. But we really want to do something for you and folks in our community. So touch bases with us. That's our job. So I just want to help you. So if you're watching at home, we got your back. Let's really come together and find solutions, whatever your concerns may be. Thank you. So I want to move forward to announcements now, if that's okay. Announcements and future agenda items. I want to take a moment here. I need to see a virtual raised hand. Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for the time. Hello, Council. I feel like I haven't seen all of you guys in a while, so just wanted to say hi. Definitely wanted to share an announcement, as many of you guys have seen. Today we are going to be highlighting two businesses, which is Celsius Ice Cream and Taqueria Las Vegas. I know Mayor Richran, that's one of your favorites, and along with many of us on the council. But I definitely wanted to address a concern that I'm sure many of you have heard, and definitely wanted to highlight some of the work that Celsius has done in our community. Unfortunately, on Saturday, Celsius experienced a broken window, and their tip jar was stolen, as well as their cash drawer, I believe. And so I know that they are very thankful to our police department for being there promptly and definitely addressing those concerns. But I do want to give a shout out to Milpitas for really being Milpitas strong. They have definitely felt the love, and they are actually taking this negative event into a positive event. And so I want to invite all of you. I don't know if you can scan the scan code that's behind us, but they are going to be doing a fundraiser in order to provide boba drinks to our first responders. And they are partnering with the 2021 Fall Nursing School cohort of San Jose State. And so they will be delivering to hospitals and other different places their lovely drinks that we all love so well. So please support them. If you could scan it, again, you should be able to scan the barcode, but we definitely wanted to thank Celsius for being part of our Milpitas family, and to our Milpitas family out there, thank you for continuing being Milpitas strong and supporting Celsius as they go through this extra challenging time on top of everything else that our small business community is facing. So thank you, and Taqueria Las Vegas, thank you so much for being partners and being part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Dominguez. Next up, we have Vice Mayor Nunez.
I'm there. Good. Thank you very much. So an announcement first for Adrian Barber, teacher over at Senate Elementary School, who was in the paper, who actually wrote a book during the summer, COVID-19, the do's and don'ts, and it really is meant for elementary school students. It was good to see that, and it's on Amazon. You can buy it, and it's really meant for home and at school, how to help students and your children deal with COVID-19. It's those kinds of things that really do help, I think, parents more at home and when you're taking your children out. And it's good to see that one of our own here in Milpitas written up for that. And I understand it's going to be a bestseller. So I got a book for each one of my children for my grandchildren. I'll ask them what they think about it. The shop Milpitas, I heard that in the announcements. Are we part of that, city manager? Is the city part of that, or is it just the Chamber of Commerce?
That sure sounded like that was the Chamber of Commerce's program. The city does have a program too, and we do coordinate with each other.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to know if we were, since it doesn't seem we can actually talk about the issue with regard to, is it Steve White and all of his plates? You sent something out, but I didn't know if somebody had actually reached out to him. I actually think there's an answer there. If somebody from the city reached out, and I just wanted to make sure somebody was going to do that.
Yeah, that's already happened.
Good, thank you. And then lastly, two things. There was an article in the paper about Home Key, and in Milpitas. Is there going to be something from the city? And I'm not talking so much about an article or a write-up, but I'm more about maybe a Zoom conversation that one of the things that I'm finding is sending out info memos are great, but you can't talk back to, you can't ask them a question. And I think I agree with the mayor that sending all the things we've done, because we've done a lot, but it doesn't allow for questions or some of the nuances. And I think that's what is needed. So if there's some way to do that, and I'm more than happy to either attend, be asked to stay away or whatever, but I just think the community is asking for a conversation. And I think that a lot of these things we're hearing calls for a conversation. And so if you think that's something I need to do in way of put on the agenda, let me know. And that's what I'll ask for. If you think that's something that we can do as a regular course of business because of how we're meeting now on an ongoing basis, which is these Zoom meetings, it just, it doesn't allow itself, I feel, for an honest conversation. Things that we're doing, staff and others, they don't have an opportunity to discuss it. Or for the community to talk about other things that they'd like to have considered. So you tell me if you think it's something that I need to ask to be put on the agenda, or it's something that you feel we can just do.
Let me talk to our staff and we'll see if that's something we can arrange through staff and we can coordinate that. And if not, it could be through your housing subcommittee or through the council. I think it's going to be more effective with the latter rather than holding a special council meeting to have that discussion.
Okay. Well, it really, it's sort of like town hall meetings. And then I think it's really giving more for us to listen to the community. But I'll wait. But I think that's what I'm opportunity for us to listen. That's what I'm looking for. So I'll wait, and then if you could come back and let us know, I'd appreciate that. So thank you very much. That's all I had.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, I would have one clarifying question. I think with this is it would help me. Do you see that? Because I did hear you'd like to listen, so it's kind of a listening campaign, but you'd also like us staff to provide the information of what we are doing, what's out there, how that works from Milpitas. Do you think that you would like the council engaged in that kind of Zoom meeting, or were you thinking something more staff-wise with the community?
Well, I like council. One is because I find that a lot of our subcommittees, they all have sort of parts of it, and we don't get a full picture because of how we're set up. So I just think if we all got to listen at one time, we wouldn't have to have 4 subcommittees, just one of these meetings.
Okay.
I'm trying to make good use of our time.
I think I understand where you're going. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Next up, Councilmember Fan.
I just wanted to briefly thank all the firefighters who have worked so hard these past weeks to contain the SCU fires, as well as our public safety officials who are supporting that effort.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. Next up here, Councilmember Montano.
Thank you. Is my phone? Yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to make an announcement that on the Gardner Health Center, in partnership with the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors and Community Health Partnership. So every Wednesday, starting 8/26/2020 to February 24, 2021, from 1 to 7 p.m., they are providing no-cost COVID testing, and it's quick and easy, and it will be held at the Mexican Heritage Plaza on 1700 Alum Rock Avenue, San Jose. So you can get your COVID test to get cleared for back to work or just for peace of mind, and it's free, so it's open to anyone. And that's what I wanted to make the announcement, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Montano. And next up with the virtual raised hand, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for your time. At this time, I wanted to kindly ask the council for your kind consideration to bring back an item. Vice Mayor Nunez, I think sometimes we think of the same. It's a little scary because, so my request for this council is to clarify what city-sponsored events are and what those could look like in forms of town halls in order to address and give the community updates. And I know I have less than 2 sentences, I believe. And so I definitely want to bring that item back for discussion and see it on the agenda at the next meeting. And the reason is we have the census that's coming up. And so I would like to discuss an idea that all 5 of us should be, I believe, part of as the leadership of the city. Our last count that I saw in August has not reached the 79% threshold of Milpitas counted, and we're leaving money at the table. So I believe that because this needs to come back, I can't talk about it more, but it's an urgent request to come back at the next council meeting in order for us to go into depth and hopefully work on something together that we could champion for the last 2 weeks of September to make sure all Milpitans get counted. And we could talk about city-sponsored events that I think would address some of the questions that the Vice Mayor has as well. I hope that I could count with your support in bringing this item back to a council agenda on September 15th. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Dominguez. I think there's consensus for the census, and I'm definitely a huge supporter of your proposal here for the next council meeting. You're absolutely right. And so do we even need a vote? Or
Yeah, I ran it through our city attorney, and I know that I think all of you, honestly, as we're all trying to figure out how we're doing things in Milpitas, and I have been advised to bring it through for a request to put it on an agenda. That way we are not violating a Brown Act and we could have a more definite discussion. And what I think is what would be lovely is if all 5 of us put our input together, right? It's just not one council member's ideas. I think this is really important for all 5 of us, and we could really give a nice, strong directive to staff. But because I know I could see Chris looking at me, I'm just going to stop talking now.
all right, well, I'm ready to call, or I'll make the motion. I think, Chris, do you need any clarification on the motion? I think we're good, huh?
No, I think the question, and I did speak with Councilmember Dominguez earlier today, it's really to get an item on so that you guys can discuss the census and kind of the final push before the deadline comes up.
Yeah, absolutely.
That would be
I
the
want
agenda
to
topic, and then you could talk a little bit more broadly about just city-sponsored events and how that happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to encourage Councilmember Dominguez to work with staff as well. I want to throw that in the motion so that it can be efficient public service here in this aspect. So I do want to support our staff, whether it's 4 hours or whatnot. But yes, per Chris's words and Councilmember Dominguez here, I'll go ahead and make the motion for this proposal.
And then we'll just go down the line, Mayor, if that's okay with you. And we'll start with Councilmember Fan. A yes would be we'd have a census discussion on the next agenda. A no would be we would not have a discussion on the next agenda.
Councilmember Finn,
Aye.
And
Councilmember Montano,
Yes.
Councilmember Dominguez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried. Looking forward to seeing this in a couple weeks.
Could I just ask for point of clarification, Mayor? I apologize.
Oh, the floor is yours.
I would also like to just clarify that we're going to talk about city-sponsored events, or Chris, should I ask for a different motion to bring that back in the future? That doesn't have to be at the next agenda item, but I do think we need to have a conversation of what city-sponsored events and webinars could look like in Milpitas in order to make sure our community continues to get informed. So should that be a separate?
Yeah, I mean, Councilmember Dominguez, I had heard as part of the, I think, question, including at least a general discussion about what does it mean to have a city-sponsored event, so we can make sure the staff report obviously covers the two topics. So one, talking about the census, and then two, just what does it mean to have a city-sponsored event? And then I think from there, if you guys want to have a broader discussion, that could happen at a future meeting.
Perfect. Thank you very much for the clarification. Thank you so much, all of you, for the time and support. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And we're not done with announcements, folks. Let me go to my virtual left on the virtual dais, our city manager, Steve McCurry.
Thank you, Mayor Tran, members of the council. I do have just a couple of really brief announcements, and they're related to economic development, our business community, our efforts to support them. The Office of Economic Development did host the Milpitas Micro Enterprise Grant Program Lottery yesterday. We had a total of 38 applicants that were selected and conditionally approved to receive the grants of $5,000 each to aid their businesses during the pandemic. Qualified applicants that were not selected are on a wait list based on the ranking. All applicants, whether selected in the top 38 or not, will be offered no cost technical assistance by the Silicon Valley Small Business Development Center. The other item I have is related to that business spotlight program I mentioned at our last council meeting. We launched that on Friday, August 21st. This program is part of the city's Shop Local campaign. The nominations by community members of their favorite businesses are being accepted until September 21st. On September 25th, we'll have 15 local businesses selected for a 90-second promotional spotlight video highlighting their businesses. More details can be found on the city manager's webpage. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Steve. I didn't know you have a webpage on the city website. Is that?
We all have web pages. There's plenty of information on the city's website. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna share that. Okay, fantastic. And I do see a virtual raised hand. We're still in the announcements. Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. You mentioned about helping the businesses. I would like staff to follow up with that business owner that called in and said that he had to pay some type of a permit fee. So we should, since we're helping businesses with grants, we should also be helping them with, with some type, if we can waive their fees. So you can look into that. That would be appreciated. Thank you.
Acknowledged. Thank you very much, Councilmember Montano. Okay, it looks like I don't see any more virtual raised hands with the announcements portion. I want to move on to the approval of agenda.
Mayor,
So move.
Mayor,
Oh,
we
wait.
go back to one question, or two questions rather.
Okay.
The conflict of interest and the campaign contributions.
Okay, there it is right there. See, both of those lines say announcements. I'm scrolling. I missed my paper binder. Yeah. Okay. So let me go back here on the agenda. Announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. Chris.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Just two questions for the mayor and the council. Ask the mayor and council to please disclose any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda. And we'll start at the end. Councilmember Pham.
None.
Councilmember Montano.
None.
Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
None.
And Mayor Tran.
None.
Perfect. Let the record reflect none to the first question. The second question, to please disclose any campaign contributions of 100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into a contract with the city on tonight's agenda. And we'll start at the end. Councilmember Fan. That was a no answer. Councilmember Montano.
None.
Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
None.
And Mayor Tran.
None.
Let the record reflect none to the second question as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. And that is it with all the announcements. Okay, here we go. Moving on to approval of agenda. Thanks a lot, everybody. Approval of agenda.
I move that we approve the agenda.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion by Councilmember Montano. I heard a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor of virtual roll call approval of agenda. Councilmember Fan.
None. Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. That's the approval of agenda. Thank you, everybody. Moving on here to consent calendar. Looking for any requests for the consent calendar with the virtual raised hands, if any. Give it a moment here.
And Mayor, before we have raised hands go up, I just wanted to note one item where we had 3 clerical errors in the purchase and sale agreement, which is item consent C4. Just 3 minor changes just to be aware of. The date on the first page was August because we anticipated bringing this purchase and sale agreement to you in August, but we're obviously at September 1st. So just a note that we would change the date on the first page to September 1st, which is today's date if you approve it today. On page 11, it would also change the closing date. The closing date was indicated to be August 31st, again, because of the August date on page 1. And so on page 11, we changed that closing date to September 30th, which is obviously the end of the month. And then finally, in page 20, there was some errors in terms of one of the section headings, section 12. Within the body of it, we were referring to it as section 11. And so we made just clerical corrections to make sure it referenced section 12. But just 3 minor changes I just wanted you to be aware of if you are so inclined to approve C4. Thank you.
Thank you for that information. I appreciate it. I want to go to the virtual raised hand. Vice Mayor Nunez.
Yes, I'd like to pull C3 and C6.
Okay, duly noted. Okay, we'll move that toward the end of the agenda. I think we'll get there tonight. It looks pretty healthy with the agenda. It'll be good for us. Okay, great. So that's 3 and that's 6. Any further requests? If not, I'll look for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
We got a motion by Councilor Montano. We have a second by Vice Mayor Nunez. All in favor of virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. That's the consent calendar approved. Thank you, everybody. Let's keep it going. I want to give a shout out to all the panelists and attendees for joining us tonight. We've got a lot of great work. We're really going to move the city forward in many different ways. And so we acknowledge you. We thank you. All right, moving on to agenda item number 9, under leadership and support services. Let's accept the fiscal year 19-20 fourth quarter financial status report and related budget amendments to close out the fiscal year 19-20 budget. And let's go to our Deputy City Manager, Walter Rossman. And it looks like we're setting up the presentation. Fantastic. How you doing, Walter? Just want to check with your audio.
You can hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know.
Always.
There's really 3 items today which we need to discuss. One is closing out the last fiscal year, the first item today. Then based on actual revenue data we have now experienced during the COVID crisis, for the first 4 months of this the pandemic, this last 4 months of the last fiscal year, we'll talk about an updated general fund forecast. And finally, strategies and budget guidelines, which we'd like you to review and adopt. So let's start with item number 9 first. So we'll talk about the general fund as you close this out. This is the last quarterly financial status report as of June 6/30, 2020. Please note these are unaudited numbers. This is not your financial statements, the CAFR, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, which we'll bring to you in December of this year. I will give you an update on the reserve balances. Then as per the fiscal policies, and a report on the unanticipated expenditure reserve. And then the same information for the enterprise funds financial status report, as well as reserve balance update. And finally, there are a few budget amendment recommendations I would like you to review and adopt related to closing out the fiscal year. So let's look at the general fund first. General fund we adopted the budget, and you adopted the budget in June 2019. It was a balanced budget. Then we had to majorly amend the budget throughout the fiscal year, primarily in May 5th with COVID-19, where we had to use reserves to make sure that we can actually have a balanced budget closing out the fiscal year. So with reserve but regardless of the lack in revenue, which you'll explain in a second how much we've lost, we have been able to primarily through expenditure savings come back with a positive reserve balance. We're closing out with the budget with $4.8 million in the plus. When we adopted the budget the current year budget in June 2020, we also adopted new reserve policies, and I showed you this waterfall slide at the time. And what it shows is that first, if you have a year in surplus, so we have expenditure savings, then first the contingent reserve has to be filled up at the target of 16.67%, and next the budget stabilization reserve. And you approved to double the target for the budget stabilization reserve because of COVID-19. And it's also good fiscal management practices. This is the reserve we go to when we're short of revenue or we need the extra expenditures to cover. So let's look at this big slide here. I'm going to point out a few things to you. First, expenditure savings of 4.78 million or 4.8 million. Then we had to realign the target over here for the contingent reserve and the budget stabilization reserve. This is now set at $17.56 million. And the reason why it gets reset is it depends on the actual expenditures as we closed out the last fiscal year. So with that, with the realignment of reserves and with the savings, we're now at the budget stabilization reserve target, very close to the target of 16.67%. We're at 86% level. So we have now the BSR refilled and replenished at $50 million. If there are any questions there, I'll be happy to go back before I jump into the next slide. Okay, so then we have the unanticipated expenditure reserve. You see the most important expenditures which we didn't anticipate last fiscal year were all related to COVID-19. We bought personal protective equipment, extra daytime and disinfecting cleaning, sterilizers, temperature scanners, etc., in order to support our staff and our residents in the response to COVID-19. City strategic planning services, planning consultant, the polling for the 40% sales tax measure, etc., other expenditures which we pay through this reserve.
Okay, I'm pause right there. As we proceed this evening, if folks have any requests for the presentations, please raise your virtual hand, and I want to go to the Vice Mayor Bob Nunes.
If you could go back to that last slide real quick. No, the one after that.
Okay.
Yeah, the unanticipated expenditure reserve. Unanticipated. So tell me, I thought I heard you say that you're not saying this was anything outside of that very first line isn't connected to COVID-19, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So the city strategic planning services for 95,000 was what?
That's a consulting contract with Ross Gould in order to facilitate future city planning, strategic planning between the council and the administrative staff.
The planning can, so I don't have any questions about the 364,000, but there's 330,000 as I'm looking at that. the energy conservation financial analysis, actually 33,000 is going to bring us money back, as I understand it.
That is correct. We're
but
going to come back to you in September and October with that item.
Right, but they're actually going to save us money. So, but some of those I'm trying to figure out when you say unanticipated expenditures, executive recruitment for 31,000. I see that number there. It's important to us because it's $31,000 we could have spent. So for me, it's $31,000 we could have spent helping the homeless. It's $31,000 we could have spent on a piece of equipment, but we use it for executive recruitment. That doesn't make sense to me. Planning consultant doesn't make sense to me. I understand the labor negotiations. I understand the energy conservation financial analysis. So you provided it because you're saying that, I want to make sure I understand why you're providing it. You're providing it because you're saying these are all, well, I don't want to give you an answer. You're giving them this page for what reason?
So in your fiscal policies, you ask that staff comes back on a quarterly basis with any kind of expenditure as part of this reserve.
Well, it's just information.
It's information, it's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Next up here we have Councilmember Dominguez.
I am so sorry. This computer is not working with me today. My sensor is a little sensitive. If you could go back to that slide that the Vice Mayor was looking at, I just kind of want to see if my train of thought process. So if a community member is seeing this, I also feel, right, the planning consultant, the executive recruitment. When we talk about executive recruitment, this is to fill those positions that we currently didn't have and we needed to fill in order to provide city services, correct?
So this executive recruitment was for the recruitment of the new HR director. And it was not planned that the previous one was obviously leaving the city, and there was they had to use the reserve.
Is this also including the executive recruitment for the PIO and that social worker position that we opened?
No, that does not include that.
So it's just the HR person.
That's correct.
Okay. And then, all right. And so the others, I do understand why they were last minute, but I just wanted to clarify on those just for my own sake. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Carry on, Walter, please.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So in the utility funds, we closed them out as well. If first we look at the water fund, and the revenues came in at 98% and expenditures 98.1%, with expenditure savings of about $870,000. These again unaudited numbers, so things may change. We talked about the reserve allocation as well, of any kind of savings which may have year end. And first, we're going to refill the capital reserve for emergencies. It's for the sewer fund, that's 25%, which I'm going to talk about in a second, and the 30% for the water fund. And then the council approved the establishing of a rate stabilization reserve with a target of 16.67%. And then the CalPERS reserve, because we didn't have one yet in the utility funds, and then it goes into infrastructure replacement. If you look at the water fund, the allocation of the extra $870,000 per council policy will go to the capital reserve for $300,000, and we start building up a rate stabilization reserve. You might recall the council asked us to build up this reserve over the next 5 years to the target of 16.67%. So this is the first start for the water fund.
Looks good, yes.
If we look at the sewer fund, revenues were actually slightly exceeded and expenditures were under target, which brought us to $7.939 million in expenditure savings and excess revenue. And per the reserve allocation policy of the council, We're first filling the capital reserve, which is then now filled to the 25% level. The rate stabilization reserve is now established for this fund. The PERS rate stabilization reserve is now established too, and then unassigned is where the remainder goes. And additionally, we're making a transfer to the infrastructure replacement fund of $2 million. Any questions on the utility funds?
I just want to acknowledge that our city is increasing the dollars in those funds, and so that's absolutely something positive. And I'm glad that that's going to plan thus far. Thank you, Walter.
And sure, and we have quite a few future capital expenditures with the sewer fund and the water fund as well to gradually build up those reserves for those purposes. So there are a few budget recommendations which are all in the non-general funds. These are minor funds. We have affordable housing fund. We need to increase the city attorney's appropriation for this fund. There was a lot of work done last calendar fiscal year for affordable housing, which required more legal support. Then the small ground lease payment is $258. We were unfortunately under budgeted by $258, so that's why we need to rectify this. Same thing for community facilities fund balance. Operating expenditures, $201 for the 2008 community facilities fund. And then we have slight water utilities costs for the same fund as well. So these are just minor corrections which we need to take care of so that we're in compliance with our financial statements. And then lastly, capital improvement project is actually a good story here. We've got additional vehicle registration fee monies which are used for capital expenditures, and the staff is recommending to allocate to the annual street light, signal, and signage project for a citywide sign inventory and sign replacement. Those are just the 5 actions we're asking you to approve tonight. And with that, we're asking you to accept the quarterly financial status report ending June 30th, 2020, and approve the budget appropriations I just outlined for you.
Thank you so much, Deputy City Manager Walter Rossman. I am warmed by the fourth quarter that we're looking to close out here, I guess, particularly with those funds that we have for our utilities. You know, that's going to be something we can hang our hat on as we head into the unknown with the local economy now. So the budget appropriations are pardon me, the amendments, you know, I think those can be understood. And so I know we got a lot more finance to talk about, but let's go with the virtual raised hands here at this time. Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you very much. Could you go back? I think it's the second or third slide.
On the
right
general
there.
fund?
Wait a second.
Oh, there, right there.
Nope, not that one.
It's the sewer and
No,
use the water.
it's the one where you showed 4.8 million.
Okay, that's the general fund.
Yep. So help me understand. Maybe it's the one just without the red circle, the one just before that, the slide just before that. One more, because there you go. So the expenditure savings, is that to say that that's what we didn't spend out of the 19 budget? What we appropriated?
I'm sorry, Wilson.
No, I was just trying to say, I'm not going to use the same words you're going to use, but I'm trying to figure out if we had budgeted the dollars, but what we didn't spend was 4.8 million. Is that what that 4.8 stands for?
Sure. So if you look at, so in the fourth column, the revenues and contribution and use of reserves, that the other financing sources, was $110 million. So that was what, at the end of the day, what was available to us. And we used, and then we offset, and we spent 105 of that, So that's why there was expenditure savings to 4.8.
Okay, so, and what we had asked is whatever was, so what I had asked is whatever's left over, bring it back so we know if we were, how we were going to spend it. As I understand, what you did was, and based on what we had said in the past, is you put it back into reserves, correct, for the next year. Don't leave the page yet. Don't leave the page. Okay. Go back if you could, just back to that page.
Sure.
You can. So I'd like to talk about that. That to me, in a normal year, in an average year, that makes sense. But this is not that. This year is not a normal year. This is not an average year. We have a lot of residents, a lot of homeowners that are digging into their reserves, into their savings, trying to keep themselves afloat, as well as businesses. And as one person saying that we're going to continue to move along as if nothing else around us has changed, I find difficult to accept. So I think we should take a look at that 4.8 million and see if there's some other way to use some of those dollars to help those that are in need.
So that is obviously the council's decision. From a
so that's why I'm talking to. No, so that's why I'm talking to, Walter. That's why I'm talking to. So I saw what you did. No, I saw what you did, and I accept that's what. If I were you, that's what I would have done too. But at the same time, I'm looking at the council members to say, is there not, one or two programs we could not look at, and do we have to put all $4.8 million into reserves? Couldn't we take a look at other programs that would help some of those persons that are in great need right now, and maybe only put 4 million in reserves or 4.2 million in reserves? We're about to ask these same persons, these same people, to pay an additional amount for sales tax. At some point, we should be able to say we're investing in them when they have a need, and not just skip over that and put it all in reserves. So I know I'm talking to the other four persons sitting at the dais.
I think all of us are listening, and I hear your where your heart's at, Vice Mayor. It's this is where the decision making will come into play, and kind of where we may have fundamental agreements or have differing opinions. To see that we are really going along with the financial policy that we have been discussing for quite some time now, with ensuring our city government's financial health and the percentages and the levels of reserves that are very much the best practices or the standards across municipalities. It's also important to ensure that our water doesn't go dry or our sewer continues to operate. And it's not to say that we haven't done anything for the community. I've sat here with everybody over this calendar year throughout this pandemic and have seen amazing MVP performances by each member with subcommittees, whether it's for small businesses or folks in the community. And so, is there an opportunity to do more? Absolutely. And, if we're going to sit here and support your leadership, which many of us, all of us do, you know, bring an idea and you know, I'm more than happy to support you with, you know, a very with a plan. And so generally speaking, yes, there's always an opportunity to help the community. So, but I ask that our colleagues also not just acknowledge, but support our reserves. You know, things can change quickly, as we can see. People always think 2021's automatically going to be the lights back on, for lack of better words, but there's nowhere in my calendar that I see our country and our city turning the corner. We just haven't seen it, not from the medical scientists or researchers for the vaccine, anything like that. And we're going to keep going through here, and we are asking things from the community for folks to make an independent decision on a quarter of a cent sales tax, and folks are going to be looking at our budget. That's what we're doing tonight. I mean, we're kicking it off. We're just getting started here. You know, this is the first item, and so you know, I'm with you. But you know, I don't think we're going to spend $4 million on a program for our community. So
No,
so,
and no, Mayor. So I agree with all that you've said, and I'm not asking for us to do 4.8 million. What I would like us to do is set aside, or understand we're going to set aside some of these dollars because they are savings from the prior year, to look at programs to help those most in need. If we need to find a dollar amount, then I'm willing to discuss that. Or if we're able to say we're going to come back and find a dollar amount from here. I also expect to do that same thing for the 2021 budget. But this is the first one before us. That's why I'm talking about it here. I think that there are going to be, as we talked last time, we were going to look at all the expenditures as a council. And I think that's important, so we know which ones we really do need to keep and which ones we can do without for 2021. And so right now, I think it's important that, yes, it would be nice to start back on putting dollars back in those reserves. But I also want us to keep in mind that there are some persons that could use those dollars, and we should take that into account at the same time. And right now, I've not heard that we've done that. That staff's done that in presenting this to us.
yeah, I hear
So I
you.
think we should.
Yeah, absolutely. And I hear you. And if any one of us as elected officials here has an idea to serve the community on, you know, in a very warm and heart and significant way, I mean, we're all for it. And, you know, with this expenditure savings, it's certainly something from the last fiscal year to be positive about. And, but, you know, as this being an agenda item tonight, I do want to support contributing to our reserves. Our council has done so for years and years and years, and it's worth noting that the last budget we passed, we had to dip into the reserves, and even the budget that we passed and approved before that, we dipped into it as well, albeit on a much smaller scale. And so if there's opportunities like we have here on this slide where there is a savings, I think it would really benefit us to put that away for our sewer and our water. Those are just areas where we can't fail. And if we look into our budget now or other funds that we have, I think those funds can have a possibility to fund those type of programs that you're thinking about. And but that's just my part I wanted to add there, and I want to make sure. Yeah.
I appreciate that, Mayor. I really, truly appreciate that. So if we could, because we've already passed our budget for next year, if we could say that at the October, to give ourselves an opportunity, the first meeting in October, go through that to see where we could make some savings and actually have an opportunity for us to come up with ideas to spend those dollars in meaningful ways to help those in need. I think that's showing the community that we are listening, and that would give us an opportunity to put them in place in time. So if that's what we can do, I can support that.
Absolutely, and I look forward to you bringing something to the council, you know, and really make that into reality. And so I'm absolutely looking forward to any way we can support the community and funding it somehow in a good, righteous way. And so,
and I would hope we all bring something. Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
I can do that then. Thank you.
I think the council's been fantastic. And I want to go to Councilmember Montano here. We're still with the council. Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. So I'm agreeing with Vice Mayor Nunez on I'm thinking along the same lines that this is all COVID related. We're moving money around, and but I don't see, direct money that's earmarked for certain services for the community. We've been talking about helping the homeless. Also the EDC that we've been talking about, I'd like to see some seed money in there just to get it going. Because this is the EDC, Economic Development Corporation, it's a vehicle to really do a lot of great things and get grants from other agencies. So I'd like to see that, more done on the human level, if you will. Perhaps putting some seed money into that and getting our community worker that we've been asking for to start doing outreach for those folks that need assistance, that are out in the street, the homeless folks. And then that was brought up today at the community forum, public forum, I mean. And, this is a way to start actually doing, it's not just talking about it, but actually doing something about it. So that's what I'd like to see. And if you're saying you're going to bring this back in October, then I think that's a good idea. But I'm also along the same wavelength as the vice mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilor Montano. And much of this item, as we saw in the slides, these are practices and financial policies that we've been working on as a council for some time now. And so I think it is important to put money into our reserves here, as we have been discussing for some time. And, with this savings, it doesn't mean that, to me, that we need to go out and spend it on our community. I think we have to really secure City Hall first with these savings. I mean, this is not spending, this is saving. We are looking for a sales tax measure here in town. All 5 of us voted for it. And it's imperative that we demonstrate to the community that we're asking for their support, not so that we could spend the additional revenues. It's so that we can sustain and secure our city government. And this is the second part of that, security. And as we go forward, there's no one in our hotels like before. The Great Mall is still mostly closed. Folks aren't going out in general, period, because of their health concerns. And that's going to have an impact. That $4 million savings that you see is from an all-star year, fiscal year that we had in the past. If this trend continues from this July 1 to next June 30th, this fiscal year, if this trend continues with our economy, and I don't see any vaccines out there. And a matter of fact, it's getting cold. Winter's coming up. I think that's flu season. I'll tell you what, New York, Connecticut, they all got hit very hard with COVID, with thousands of deaths on a daily basis. It was the #1 leading cause of death in America. It's because of their climate. When it's colder over there, that's why folks got more affected. And so at this rate, we're not going to see a $4 million savings for this fiscal year that we're in. As we go towards the end of it, you're going to see a negative amount, and it's not going to be in the 7 figures. It's going to be in the 8 figures. And so tonight is our opportunity to think ahead and do what's right, and to save those dollars for our sewer and our water. We've seen municipalities all over the country make terrible decisions on their utilities, and folks are getting poisoned with lead. Sewers backing up in the streets. And we need to be prepared for that. Now, if we stood here today and there was a vaccine coming out, and if there was medication that was effective and things like that, maybe we'd be more inclined to spend our dollars differently. But I think we really have to see the bigger picture here. I want to echo that. Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And thank you, Council, for your thoughts. Staff, could you kindly remind me how much total have we used in the reserves so far from the reserves? What's the amount?
Sure.
Is it top of their heads?
Sure. We have the council appropriate $7.1 million in reserves in May 5th, another $1.6 million in February 28th. So it's a total of 8.7.
Okay.
That was last fiscal year.
And this was last fiscal year. Okay.
Correct.
Would you possibly have a number for how much money from the reserves we have touched since COVID has happened? I guess it's all related, but just like in this year, if I'm making
The COVID, and I think what Councilmember, what you're asking is, what are the COVID-related impacts to our revenues, and how much have we had to balance that out with the use of reserves?
correct.
So it was $7.1 million on May 5th, and there were further COVID-related impacts by year-end closing, which we could offset with some expenditures savings. So expenditure savings were larger than 4.8. There were, this was a net number. There were probably around $9 to $10 million, but we had also had a further crash in revenues. And that's what, just a quick preview, you will see in my next presentation an update forecast based on all the data we have now gathered. And then we assumed for this fiscal year, that's 2021, already use of reserves of 4.5. And you'll see an update slide on that as well.
Okay. So what I am hearing you say is that we are projected to possibly use 4.5, and we've had a savings of 4.8. Does that make sense to me?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. All right. So based on the information that has been presented to staff, I have to wholeheartedly agree with the mayor. And I know that we do not agree a lot, but this is one I will 120, 150, whatever you want to put a percentage on. And the reason for that is because of my experience in working in a city and seeing the drastic effects that happen overnight. 4.8 billion may sound like a lot of money, but it's literally like $4.80. It is not with the zeros, because the expenses that we're going to have to make and the decisions we're going to have to make as a city is something we have never seen in Milpitas. And so I have learned from my mom, who's the saver in the house, that we have to save every penny when we are employed and getting revenue, right? That's not the way that I see it. When you have a job, you save up money, especially if you know you're going to have a big expense because you want to have that rainy fund. I want to be very clear with Milpitians in the way that I feel, with all due respect to our members. The reason we have been okay and we haven't laid off people, we haven't terminated programs, Milpitas hasn't really seen that side is because we've had a really, really stable and healthy rainy fund. Other cities have even laid off their city manager. So in terms of basic things we need, like the sewer and the water, we've already experienced water rate issues. And for me to hear that homelessness now moved to a top priority, when I know the mayor has been working on homelessness, I remember I didn't even know who Mayor Rich Tran was until his second, I think it was like your second year when we met at Foster Freeze. And you had presented this big plan on homelessness. So you've been working on this for years on this council.
Point of clarification for the record, I was not at Foster Freeze, and so I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. Well, wherever we met. But you presented this plan to the council. And so homelessness has been something that's been talked about on this council for years. And for it to be a priority now, I'm just going to say in the time that we're at with the pandemic, I understand the needs, but this was also brought up in March and it didn't even get a second to be prioritized. So I would actually like to challenge this council that we should put our priorities. If homelessness is something we want to talk about, let's talk about it. I'm all for it. But I also do not want to spend, for this first half at least, I hear what the vice mayor is going, and I definitely wholeheartedly believe in what he's saying, that if we have money, let's spend it for the services, especially for the most vulnerable families. But I do question the timeline of all of this. And so for me, it's just, why don't we as a council then make a commitment and make our priorities? What is it that we want to prioritize? And why don't we get together and fundraise for that before touching the reserves? I think I would like to explore something like that before touching the reserves. I definitely would feel a little bit more comfortable if we brought back next time around, kind of what I heard Vice Mayor said, it's let's look in October and see what those numbers look, and the forecast in October would be a little bit more real to our projections of what we're going to see in the next quarter. But today, to touch the reserves with no priority set for them as a city, that makes me really nervous. And so I am definitely not the member that will say, oh, there's a squirrel, let's go that way. I'm not like that at all. I like structure. I like to know the end goal. And I think that was part of the conversation where I brought it up, where it's like, well, what is going to be our priorities for this council for the next 6 months? And let's make those decisions together and then move in that direction. But as of right now, we haven't even prioritized them. We've given staff way more work. I believe that we forecasted, and touching the reserves at this pivotal moment when nothing is open, we're not getting any money. I just don't feel it's in the financial interest of Milpitians. This is their tax money. And so I feel very strongly on that, to touch the reserves today, make any decisions without a plan, just doesn't make sense to me. It's poor planning, it's poor government management, and it's something that I can't support at this moment. Definitely, if there's a plan in place, I would definitely let's. I think all of us could come up with a plan, but I think we have to come with a plan together, and I haven't quite heard that. So I would echo again. I do support what the mayor said in terms of, at least for the request that's before us today, to leave the 4.8 in the reserves, and then to bring it back in October. And then let's make some decisions. But I would feel comfortable knowing a roadmap with an end goal, versus just us hearing things. Not saying they're not important, but I think that we could equally put some efforts in it first as a leadership body, versus touching reserves. Thank you very much for your time.
Mayor, just a gentle reminder on the Brown Act. You guys are doing fine on the discussion because obviously this is financially related, so you can talk about anything that's been presented to you. Just keep in mind that obviously the recommendations are on the screen and it would not involve anything with the reserves. But what I've heard from the council is that if that discussion happens, it would happen at a future meeting. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
So I am going to stand with Vice Mayor Nunez on this one. I think in terms of our spending priorities right now, any money that we have, I think really should be going towards the COVID relief effort. And we can figure out the rest of it later if we can actually get Measure F approved. But a lot of that is speculation. What is for certain though is that our community needs support. You know, we say that the city is bleeding, but beyond the city is also our community. Our community is bleeding too. So we have to find a middle ground here, because we're asking the residents for a lot already, and it's time that they actually see where their government is working in terms of the services, in terms of the support that they provide. So I will have to respectfully stand with Vice Mayor Nunez on this one. I do want to note though that it's unrealistic to expect that the Economic Development Corporation will magically solve our funding issues. I think it's difficult to really imagine a scenario where seed money just pops up out of nowhere in the kindness of the corporate interests' hearts. So, you know, ultimately we should be rational with the spending, with realistic expectations, and minimalize spending, obviously, but ultimately still address the service needs. So that's how I will be voting tonight.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan, and I do look forward to the vote. We do have public comment still. We're still discussing this, but you know, if folks in town are going to support a sales tax measure, it's not so that we spend it. Sure, we're going to support our community in every way possible, being very wise with taxpayer funds. But if folks are going to support a sales tax measure here in Milpitas, they're going to look for the city to either stop spending money and saving it, or making budget cuts. Those are the two main primary factors when folks support a sales tax measure. And for us not to support money going into our reserves for this agenda item tonight shows that we are not being fair stewards of our taxpayers, whatever stream it comes from. And so I want folks to really think about their stance tonight, because I will be making a motion at some point. I want to take a moment here. Let's go to Mary Lavelle for any public comment, please.
Yes, Mayor, there is one comment from the public. You have comment from Irvish Mehta, Milpitas. To City of Milpitas and council members, increasing the funds through service is important as the compounding of capital increases over the course. I request city council members to segregate that expenditure, be segregated as per funds being received, and then funds being reserved and spent to evenly distribute funds across the organization. Sincerely, Irvish Mehta. That's the only one.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Appreciate you. I do want to check in with the first virtual raise hand. I see our Deputy City Manager, Walter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to make sure there's a clarification for the council. This is year ending 6/30, so we cannot put aside the money per your policy is going to the budget stabilization reserve, but obviously the council's desire and wish to always use some reserve funds. The second thing is, depending what the council comes up with as the priorities, we may have other funds we could use first in order to fund those priorities. Like you understand, you'll have this affordable housing community benefit fund. We put money aside about 2 years ago we have fund balances available there as well, if that's one of the priorities for the council. So I think it would be helpful for us to understand what the priorities are, and based on that, we can align funding sources potentially.
Thank you, Walter. Appreciate it. We're going to keep going down with the virtual raised hands. I'm going to go by the order that we all see on the Zoom. Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much. Okay, so what I am seeing on the screen, I'm trying to figure out how did we get to that conversation of reserves. So, oh, it was on the, I see where it went. Okay, so today we are just in section number 2. What's been brought before us is an update of the appropriations that have been made. And that's it, correct?
The input I request from the council is twofold. This, accepting the report, the quarterly financial status report, how we ended in those 3 major funds for the city, how per the council's reserve policy as part of the acceptance, we allocated any kind of expenditure savings to excess revenue to your reserves. And then secondly, to have some budget cleanup actions, that's number 2 for the 5 actions we have in front of you.
Okay.
So Walter, just to confirm for the council, there's nothing within the recommendation today that would allow them to earmark any of the reserve, or in other words, all of that would need to come back at a future meeting, correct?
It's not in the recommendation, and I may have to lean on you, Chris. I believe the council, if to choose to take some of the expenditure savings and say, we will override our reserve policy and therefore allocate it to specific earmarked reserve, I think that's a possibility. It's a budget action, but I'm not sure whether this is allowable.
Yeah, no, and my concern is that just looking at the plain language of the recommendations as well as the staff report, there's really no mention, and I would want the public to be able to weigh in on all of this.
Yes.
If any of the reserve or any money from a different fund is going to be used for certain purposes. Obviously, what I did hear the council say is that would come back. So I think for purposes of tonight for the council, obviously 2 recommendations that staff is asking you to approve. After that motion is made and either approved or not, the next step would be if you want to give us additional direction, not through a motion, but just if there's consensus and direction you want to see something come back to you at a future meeting. That's something we could take tonight.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification.
Okay, thank you. All right, so my question now is to staff. I keep hearing budget policy. I know I will wait for the direction, but I do want to be a little bit more clear of what that means in the language around the budget policy and how the reallocation of funds is being made. And so my concern right now is lack of community input. And going back to our agreements that we all agreed on and that Chris has talked about, this is a surprise. So on there, it does want to kindly remind all of us that it does say no surprises, and ta-da, I'm surprised. So I definitely think that I am not ready to move in that direction. And so I fully support the mayor in his what will sounds like to be a recommendation to put this just to move the appropriations forward, and then we could see where the discussion moves to the recommendation in itself for direction. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you. So this actually there's a reason I believe that as a council we probably need to meet much more often than we're meeting, the 5 of us, because it really does sound to me that there's like 98% agreement on what we're saying. We just have a need to say it differently. There was a point in there early on where I said I didn't care if what we said is adopt this, and as long as we can change the current year's budget, and that's ultimately what, when Walter said there are other funds we can go to, and I never said let's take 4.8 or 4.3, I can't remember the number now. It was an amount, I think I was talking about much less than that. And I know some of you have actually worked in organizations where you've been responsible for some portions of those budgets. I've actually been in organizations where I have been the one responsible for that size of a budget, the size of a budget in this city. So I know what you can and can't do to move dollars around. And ultimately what you're responsible for is not putting those dollars in buckets and saving them for the rainy day, but using them in a manner that is going to help those for which you got the dollars for, i.e. in the world that I used to live in, taking dollars for students this year and saving them and not spending them on the students this year, but saving them so you can spend them 2 years down the road, meant you did not use those to help those students this year. And in this case, all I'm saying is if we have programs we think will cost $200,000, $300,000, $100, let's look at those and do something with it. I never said 4.8 million. And what I did say is let's take a look and all of us bring back something that may look like a promising program. Let's talk about it in October. It doesn't have to be with the homeless. It doesn't have to be with the houseless. It can be any program you think is viable. I trust that we can all do that. But if you can't find one, then I'm sure that any one of us are going to be willing to have you share and improve on the ones we bring. So I think we've already had our priority setting. That's how we built the current year's budget. I think so if Walter finds money in the categories he talked about in those funds, or we go through and find that we don't want to spend dollars on these consultants again, so be it. Yes, we can get in trouble spending too much money. So that's why we don't spend too much money. But we don't say we're not going to spend any money because we're afraid to. And that's what I think I want to shy away from. Let's go find the programs that will be helpful. Let's spend within our means and do it in October because it's important that staff understands that that's a priority. And that is a priority. Our residents, the families in the city are a priority. And it's not timing. It is the fact that we don't see each other except for twice a month at regular meetings. And other than that, if they're special meetings, everything is really being done at arm's length from this group. And it's becoming frustrating that we can't become more involved. At least to me, it's becoming frustrating. We can't become more involved than we are. And every time we have to miss talking about it, it's another 2 weeks before we get to it. Yeah, things keep happening, things keep getting done in our name if we wanted to or not. So if what we want to do is pass this, as long as we can add to it, then we're coming back in October. And that what's going to be on the agenda is possible programs for those most needy in the city. I'm fine with that. And if those dollars come from either the reserves or from other programs or other funding sources, however that needs to be worded, Chris, I'm fine with that too. I just don't want to get there and say, well, it wasn't worded right or it wasn't worded appropriately. I think everything that's being done, I feel, is being done at arm's length from the council. And for me, I think we need to be able to participate, and this seems like a way to do that. And I'm willing to wait until October, the first meeting in October, to give staff the opportunity to pull things together to present it. I don't have a dollar amount in mind, but if you're looking for a cap, let us know that. But I don't see anybody, I wouldn't think anybody at this table would say, we're going to spend $4 million. I'd be surprised and shocked at that. But I do believe persons need help, and they're looking to the city to provide help. I don't have the answers, so but I would hope that in the next few weeks that staff and myself, and helping with help from the rest of the council, could find those answers. So if the mayor is going to make the motion, I would hope he would include that in it, because if not, I'm going to ask for that to be a friendly, I forget the term, but I would ask that to the motion be that we come back in the first meeting in October with the opportunity to provide alternatives or programs to help the most needy in the city for consideration by council.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor, and my heart is with you. You're welcome, and my heart is with you, and we need to do that. No words can describe the magnitude of the impact of this pandemic on our Milpitas, or even the county, with the eviction moratorium being extended. Even folks in the real estate industry, I read an article up in San Francisco, rents are going down, and the experts up there are just waiting for the moratorium to expire, and it's going to have a huge shift in our whole society. I mean, it's just unfathomable, unimaginable what we're going through, and there's just so many people to help, and we're always going to do our best. But what is our best here in the city? You know, we're only we're constrained by our budget, and I think what's even worse that can happen to a resident here in town is if the government fails, and that's a tough statement to make. And so this agenda item is so important, and just the concept of it all is so important. And I want to support you 100% and say, hey, you know, next meeting, next month, however you want to do it, with any type of idea, program that we can do here in Milpitas, or we can take a look at other cities, see what they're doing, or we can make up our own innovative program as well. We've been leaders in this county, and so I'm with that 100%. And if that is, you know, I'm going to make a motion to approve this item as stated on the agenda tonight. I can say that we'll do an amendment to come back with something, but I think it's going to take a lot more than our staff having a meeting to come up with what kind of cutting edge programs are out there helping folks. It's a tough one, and we can do it too, and we will do it. But I'm going to make a motion for the agenda item 9 as stated. Now, I do want to go to the virtual raised hand. Councilmember Dominguez with the virtual raised hand.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Definitely, I hear your sentiments, Vice Mayor. With all due respect, I think you and I also operate very differently, and I think people could just Google our names, and we definitely, even if you have, you know, been at the top, I've done the operating, and one doesn't operate without the other. And I know that I have been able to grow and keep departments growing because of the model of saving. And so with all due respect, I do want to clarify that it's not, I think, a matter of skill set and understanding. And I'm not saying the same thing that you're saying, with all due respect. What I am saying is something very, very different. And I am understanding what I'm asking, which is to not touch this money for right now until we know the lay of the land, because the worst thing we could do is fail our community. Now, I'm all for if you want to bring it back on in November. Vice Mayor, are you open to bringing it back in November and not October? And the reason is to give enough time for our staff to just process this, because this is a lot of work in the back. So I don't feel comfortable with the timeline of October, but if you wanted to bring it back, I would say November 3rd. Also, maybe by then we'll know a better status of where the county is at in terms of COVID. Maybe we could know a little bit more. A lot is happening in 24 hours. So I feel a lot more confident with giving this a 60-day time to breathe and see what's next versus trying to rush things, which is something that has traditionally been done in Milpitas for years. So I don't want to rush it. I do believe that there is a need in our community that all 5 of us could lead and come up with great ideas. When we don't have any money, even $1 is too much. And so I don't know, are you open to bringing this back in November versus October? Vice Mayor?
So can I answer that, Mayor?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So I would ask the city manager, mostly because I truly believe this isn't staff work. I was asking council to come back with their ideas about programs, not so much staff.
Mm-hmm.
I think that if I were to look around at the 5 of us, there aren't many programs in this county or this state, I believe, that the 5 of us haven't seen, read about, been shown. I think that the work really is ours. And so I feel I can get it done by the first part of October. I would ask, do the rest of you feel you can get it done by the first part of October?
Mm-hmm. The question for me is not if I could get it done, because you guys know I could get things done in 24 hours, even if I'm working half that day.
Sure,
so
true.
It's not a question if I could get it done. For me, it's more of a question of I want to know where our economy's at. And I do believe there's another item that may show that different numbers and the critical state of the economy of where it's going. That's where I want to know. And I know that quarter does not end in October. It usually ends like November. People will start like the state and the county will start giving their county reports and quarterly reports. So we'll have a better idea of how we stand as a whole region. And absolutely, I mean, if there's a way that Milpitas could contribute, I would feel a lot more confident knowing the factual information for me to make a intellectual decision on this. But to just make a decision, what could be perceived as impulse in October, that doesn't make me feel too comfortable. Now, if you say that we'll have the discussion, we have 60 days to study this, bring back the items back after, election season, then I would feel a whole lot confident about this. But right now, I am not feeling comfortable with it at all as it's being presented. And please, again, it's no, right? It's just how I feel about this, and it's not questioning anybody's intellectual ability. I think it's just we all operate very differently. For me, it's just the economy. It's just so. If I could predict it, I don't think the magic 8 ball works for this. So I would want a little bit more time just to see what the economy is going to tell us. And by then, I think we'll have more factual reports. Thank you.
Then I like to do both. We have it on the agenda for both days, and let's both meetings. Let's see where we're at in October. If we don't have enough, we don't have enough, and then let's bring it back in November. So we'll have both days.
I definitely like that idea. if we could all make a commitment to talk then less than 15 minutes so the meeting doesn't last a whole.
I'm good with that.
I think if we all exercise our own time efficiently, absolutely, Vice Mayor, I definitely agree with that idea.
Okay. So Mayor, can you include that in your motion?
Is that for coming up with programs to help those in our community due to the pandemic?
Yes.
Okay, sure. I know Chris is listening, and so I want to make the motion to approve both recommendations for item 9 tonight on the agenda with consideration fully of the friendly amendment from the Vice Mayor. Chris, is that okay?
Yeah, and so the friendly amendment would be, and just to make it clear so that everyone's on the same page, to direct staff to agendize an item for the first meeting in October, and then potentially the first meeting in November to talk about kind of the need and potential programs, and obviously funding associated with those that need in those programs.
Absolutely, and approve item number 9 as stated on the agenda. So I'm gonna go ahead and make the motion.
Second.
We got a motion by myself, second by Vice Mayor Nunez. All in favor of virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself as aye. The motion is carried, and that's the closeout of fiscal year 1920. Thank you very much to our Deputy City Manager. Moving on to item number 10, let's accept fiscal year 21 to 30 10-year general fund financial forecast update. Back to Walter.
And
yes.
Mayor,
Oh, yes, Vice Mayor.
as staff goes through the report, could they give me a page reference only because my report, my attachment isn't flipping to the right spot. So I have to go find it manually, and I'm not very fast at that. Just the page reference in the agenda for me. As theirs comes up, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, I think
Thank
Walter,
you.
absolutely. I think Walter will be able to assist us.
Yeah, bear with me. I can get this quickly for you, Vice Mayor. The page reference, oops, my staff didn't do this right for me. Oh, yeah. I don't have the page reference. Maybe the city clerk has it. Maybe that's what I get, but unfortunately, I don't have it. Is there somebody else who can help in the meantime? For the Vice Mayor, please, as I'm starting the presentation.
I believe it's page 278 of the printed or online agenda.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let me share my screen again. So lots of you have talked about what's happening with this fiscal year. And that is the next item I would like to talk about with you. It's the financial forecast for this fiscal year as well as for the next 9 years. So I will take you through a journey. When I first came to you, COVID happened, shelter in place happened mid-March. We presented to you a forecast at the time based on certain assumptions that you will share with you or bring it back to you to this moment. Then we adopted the budget with a certain financial plan of the forecast from June 2nd. And now it's time to update the forecast because now we have more substantive information available. We have mentioned hotels which are underoccupied. We've mentioned the mall just partially closing up at 25% occupancy. You all have mentioned today several factors you see in the economy. And those factors in the economy which you have described do have impacts to our revenues. And that's what I would like to talk about today. And lastly, budget balancing strategies, something which I presented to you in May and June when you adopted the budget, and I'm going to bring you back to those as well. So let's look back at April 7th. April 7th, at the time, I anticipated a forecast where the sources outpace the uses or revenues outpace expenditures. And that means there's a structural deficit here. A term I haven't used it before, but I think it's useful to introduce it tonight. Then what this meant at the time over the next 3 fiscal years. At that time, again, looking at April 7th, we looked at a shortfall cumulatively of $25 million. Then came the budget, and we were able to resolve some of that. And we brought the structural deficit was resolved for by 22-23 fiscal year. You see at the bottom here, still the deficit, the revenue expenditures outpacing the sources. But here you see the turning point for the forecast at the time. And it was possible because you adopted the budget, which although revenues were short for 2021, we used $4.48 million of reserves to have a balanced budget. And we established a 3-year fiscal strategy of using about $10 million in reserves to address the shortfall through the COVID. And the assumptions we made at the time were built on the Great Recession. You might recall the Great Recession 12 years ago, from 2008 2009, was the deepest recession we ever had after the Great Depression of the 30s last century. And I just used those numbers straight out, listened to our consultants, listened to economic development, to planning and building, and said, okay, based on that, I think that's a good target to take. As you can see, unfortunately, it's worse than that. The other thing, which is obviously interesting too, at the time when we did this forecast, we adopted it, by that time we had a federal stimulus, which is unprecedented, $2.8 trillion, $3 trillion, a number which we probably have a difficulty understanding. We had monetary stimulus, which never has happened to us before in a drastic fashion. So we looked forward with this forecast, $10 million in reserves. We did refinement of personnel cost budgeting. You might recall that we changed the way we budget for retirement and healthcare. That saved us lots of money, about $4 million. We reduced non-personal expenditures. Oops, wrong point. Non-personal expenditures ongoing, and we deferred expenditures. So that managed to get a budget with minimum service level impact to our community because we were lucky enough to have extra, again, by refining the way we're budgeting, turning over some stones, how we can save money. But then I also talked about on June 2nd, and probably during the budget study session, what happens if we have a deepening of the recession? At the time, we talked about $5 million ongoing shortfall. And the scenarios are brought up, just changing travel behavior. Business travel is the biggest source of transient occupancy tax in our town. If there's a permanent reduction in business travel, people really changing their behaviors. It's not coming back to the same levels we have experienced the last few years. Mortgage defaults to high unemployment. We don't see that yet, but it's definitely on the horizon, which would happen in 2008 and 2009, broad reassessment of property tax values and a reduction of property tax and lower consumption. Interesting enough, you might have heard this in the news. In the last few months, we had the highest savings rate in the US for a long, long time. And it's not because people don't want to consume, they cannot consume. It is difficult to do. The restaurants are partially open by now. Going in the store as an activity we all enjoy. Going into the mall wasn't possible. Online shopping may just not do it for folks. And then a slowdown in construction activity. We don't see this yet, at least from the dollar perspective. Our fees we're bringing in the building side are actually on top, beyond the revenue, beyond the anticipated revenue for this fiscal year. We're at 25% already. So we have one large construction project, which I have to make sure you understand too. But it's not yet there as an issue for revenues for us. So that brings us to September 1st, 2020. So what happened is several things happened with closing the fiscal year. Now I know TOT for the last 4 months of COVID, actually 5 months of COVID. I just got the numbers for, preliminary numbers for the month of July. We're thinking about $250,000 were received, but there were 2 hotels missing. So we don't know the final number yet. Property tax, the county gave us new property tax numbers on Friday. They look positive, more than what we assumed in the budget, except you will see the state is grabbing money from us on the property tax side. Sales tax, we had a full quarter of pandemic. We had the April, May, and June data now, and we know what sales tax is doing. And we're losing money there too, and now we're looking forward. We're working with our consultant, and they're giving us lower numbers. So this is what you're going to see. First of all, in the forecast, I'm assuming now returning to normal economic activity. What that means is that all shelter in place with the restrictions are lifted by the end of calendar year 2021. Some of you mentioned in a year from now. It's only 60 months from now. It's not that far away. But I'm not assuming a return of normal business travel activity. So I think we all have gotten used to working with Zoom. We may not like it or whatever software people use, but I think the business community is realizing that it is okay not to be present and always in a meeting personally. You can be via Zoom and video conferencing. So and then there's some revenues impacts, which I've shown in parentheses. So we first talk about ERAF, the Educational Revenue Augmentation Fund. That's a concept which was born in the legislature in 1992 in California. At the time, California was in a recession. I think it was the defense industry which pulled out, and that has brought the real estate market down, which funds schools. And that was not in California at the time, so this is just what I gathered from some information. And the state set up this Education Revenue Augmentation Fund, where money was taken from cities and counties and special districts and given to the schools. But it also says in this legislation, if the bucket for the school is filled, any excess money from this ERAF fund has to go back to the cities, counties, and the special districts. Last year, we got about over $2 million. And the county told us on Friday in a Zoom meeting that we shall not count on this money anymore. Because per state legislature, which was passed, the state controller's office has to decide and determine whether this ERAF funding should go back to the cities and counties or whether something else should be used with this money. So that reduces our money by $2 million potentially. I'm counting it as a hit because the county tells us you should count it as a hit. And that's the county finance department. Sales tax, we're taking down for $3.7 million. It's not as bad as I initially thought in June once I get some numbers in. Actually, July. It was July when I got the final numbers. Final numbers I got in August. Sorry for that. It was like August 20th.
When can we ask questions?
Well, yeah, when you put your virtual raised hand up, and next up, Councilmember Montano.
So, Walter, I had a question on the sales tax. That's what we have a negative 3.7 million today. Does that include internet sales tax? You know, like a lot of folks when they were on lockdown, there was a lot of internet buying.
It does. That's correct. So some of the local sales sections of shopping was moved virtually into online shopping, and then what happens there? If somebody goes to a Milpitas mall, the point of sale is fully in our city, and we get the 1% of sales tax. If, however, they shop online, then we get all this online sales that gets pulled in the county and distributed by the certain percentage of sales tax for that quarter by the various cities and in the county itself. So, but it's included, correct? But we have a hit of $4 million.
Okay, I just want to
Transient occupancy tax. I'm aggressive there, perhaps, but I'm dialing down to about $4.7 million for this fiscal year, with a ramp up to the full TOT of $12 to $13 million by the end of 21. So that's 21-22 fiscal year. We're going to resume normal economic activity, but not at the level for TOT as we had like just a year ago. We brought in we budgeted for 1920 last fiscal year about $18 million in sales tax.
I'm gonna take a moment here, Walter. Thank you. I appreciate you, Walter. I want to take a quick moment here. Sorry to interrupt you. I appreciate your work. And so this is the forecast for the fiscal year that we're in and what the numbers look like. And it is correct. Thank you, Walter.
That is correct.
But, you know, a lot of times what's that? What's that?
We'll show you the rest of the forecast too, but it is just
absolutely. And I know you are. I just want to share with my colleagues. You know, when looking at the red numbers, it can be subjective with forecasts. And I wanted to ask you, Walter, for those red letters that we see here on the screen. Would you say that's on the conservative side?
It's on the conservative side, yes. I do have to say that, but it is also the COVID-related impacts to our revenues in the last quarter of the fiscal year have been astounding. We lost about $11 million in revenues. So this already builds on the recovery from COVID, where we take a bigger hit up front. But yes, indeed, it's conservative, but it's also, we don't know what COVID will do. Well, COVID will come back for a third time of the winter. You both, I think you and Councilman Dominguez talked about this today, that the winter months are coming and how do the winter months affect us. But it is indeed astounding what we've experienced the last 3 months.
Thank you. Thank you.
There's some good news on the expenditure side. There are savings of $2.5 million. I will explain this in a second. And actually, it's probably soon of the coming slides. So let me talk about revenue first. Here you see the adopted budget, property tax. If you hadn't gotten the ERAF impact, we would actually be in the positive $1.7 million. So we will definitely understand what's happening at the state level, engage with whoever we need to engage with a property tax consultant and further dive into this. Again, I just found out about this on Friday. Sales tax, the $3.65 million, so $3.7 million. TOT, minus 45% reduction. That seems to be a little off. Okay, let's look at the percent. And license permits, it's fine. That's your building permits, your fire permits, etc. And the last thing is the operating transfer fee related to the CFD. So projected loss is $13 million right now. So let's talk about the good side. Veterinary healthcare benefits. I have to dive a little bit into some context here for you. And bear with me, it is a little technical, but I think it's good to me to guide the council and the public through this, that we're not cooking the books. We're actually working with the accounting standards which we have, working with an actuary, and our external auditor agrees with the conclusion we came to. So the other post-deployment benefits, these are two benefits which we have for our employees. One is veterinary medical. It's a defined benefit. So if somebody retires from the city, and they have to retire from the city, they get, depending on the years of service, a certain amount of healthcare benefits. The veterinary contribution fund is a 1% usually payment, sometimes a little bit more, of last year's salary and benefits expenditures, about $100,000, let's say, for MEA. And the city pays a lump sum only. We pay the lump sum into a trust fund, and then retirees and their dependents can come to the city and say, for my co-payment for my prescription drugs or extra doctor's cost, I can get reimbursed for that. So, General Accounting Standards Board, which we have to follow in order to financial document, because it's important to be consistent across the U.S. how we treat our financials, classifies both benefits as a defined contribution plan. And that requires an actuary to do an evaluation and determine the assets and liabilities for financial documents. It's done every 2 years. So it's just redone now. I've been with the city for a little bit over a year as your finance director. And when they actually told me it's a defined contribution plan, the veterinary contribution fund is a defined contribution plan, I said, that doesn't make any sense to me. We're paying a lump sum, and then there's no more, the city's not on the hook for anything else. And you can see it right here. This is from the MOU with police officers. In no case would the city be required to place funds in the fund, that's a veterinary contribution fund, above the 1% of payroll with benefits amount. That tells me our contribution is limited, and that's how it's set up. So it's from an actuarial perspective, it's actually not a defined benefit plan, but from the accounting standards perspective, they have to make it a defined benefit plan. Okay.
And Walter, if I may, back to that last slide. Have we had open, or have you had open, our city manager's office, or any of us? Is this are these is the fine print here understood by all the parties involved? Yeah.
So the GASB agrees with us that the General Accepted Standards Board, we had a phone call with them. Our external auditor agrees with us, and our actuary agrees with us.
And what about the persons that it impacts?
There's no change in the benefits. We're still paying the benefits for the MOU.
In a negative way.
No impact to our employees.
Okay. Thank you.
But the way we actually, that's the last point. But then, so they actually agreed to provide us with two separate valuations. And here's the change in what it does. If you have to, in the first row, you see if the valuation is for both plans provided, the unfunded liability is $22 million. And the funded status was 66.70%. So we were underfunded. And we paid annually for all funds $3.5 million. This is your budget for 2021. If you take out the dependent care fund from that valuation perspective, we go into a funded status of 114%. The liability is gone, and our annual payment is $660,000. So it means savings for all funds, $2.84 million, and for a general fund, $2.54 million. So again, everybody agrees. And so I will come back to you with a budget action as part of the first quarter ending to take the money away from the department's budget and put it in the reserve. So what does that do? It's ups and downs, obviously more downs, meaning more revenue losses than ups. But I'm looking right now at the budget shortfall of $10.7 million for this fiscal year. Same amount pretty much for next one, and then it goes down. What it really does is, and this is right here. You see
Go back to that slide one more time.
Sure.
We'll take a picture.
So what it does is you have a shortfall throughout the forecast. Okay, and you'll see this on the next slide. We have a structural deficit again. In this case, it's $9 million. So now we have to resolve that. And the way you resolve a structural deficit, you need ongoing revenues, new sources, or you need ongoing expenditure reductions. So here's your potential budget strategies. And this is a different slide than I showed you, same concept, but different slide than I showed you in May and June of last fiscal year. So we can use reserves, that's a strategy. As fortunately, budget stabilization reserve with the council action today, and for your policies, I should say, apologize, your policies is $15.2 million. It's a one-time, short-term strategy, one-time and a short-term strategy. And the consideration is we don't want to deplete our reserves too much. You set aside a CalPERS rate stabilization reserve of $34 million. One could use that, and we're doing analysis in the next few weeks, as a portion of reduce the unfunded liability, which means ongoing cost reductions. But again, it's a depletion of reserves. Service reductions. In this case, if we need to cut $9 million out of our budget, that's about 41 miscellaneous positions or 27 sworn positions. A significant impact to our community because now we are eliminating positions. That means we're eliminating services, and it's an ongoing reduction. In the past, we have gone back to our bargaining units and we have asked them to help us reduce benefits and salary costs. Equivalent of $9 million means a 13 to 14% salary reduction for our employees. But then it requires to meet and confer, and we have closed contracts right now. The majority of contracts open up, one in about 60 months, that's police, and the other fire in about 2 years, and the other ones as well, I believe. You did ask the voters, you put a measure on the ballot for November 3rd for the quarter-cent sales tax measure, and it's $6 to $6.5 million based on the latest projections from our consultants. And that requires a 50% plus one approval, as you know. The tax levy starts most likely April 1st, 21. That's still some clarity I'm not sure about, depending when the certification of the votes, when the vote of the ballot measure gets certified. And it's the sunset in 8 years, so it gets us out of the slump. So here's just how do you use ongoing expenditure reductions and new revenues. I told you about the budget balancing strategies, one time and ongoing. This is just an example. I'm not saying that's what we're suggesting that we do that, but I do know we have to solve the ongoing the structural deficit in 21-22. Because what we are looking at is, if you look at the last row right here, we are finally in 23-24, we're reaching a surplus, and we are barely making it in 22-23. So the ongoing reductions have to happen. So it's as soon as, depending, to bridge it until we get to the 21-22 budget process, we have to use one-time reserves. Depending on what happens with the sales tax measure, we may come back sooner with per ongoing position reductions. so that we may do a mid-year change. So it really depends where we end up the next few months. I do want to also would love to get more revenue data in. I mean, again, for this fiscal year alone, I only have 1 month of TOT, and I have 2 months of license and permits, but that's all what I have. But it's still, we don't know where COVID is going to end up. So again, this is a conservative forecast, making sure that we are covered from a not worst case scenario, I don't even want to say that, from the scenario based on data we've received so far. And it could get worse, I have to say that too. We don't know that.
Dark times.
It is dark times. So here's just your graph. You always want to go with eventually in the near future, and this is in 2 fiscal years, you want to achieve a balanced budget with the projected revenues and the projected expenditures, and that's what you see here. So I did promise you in the memo, I will look at returning to normal activity at the end of this fiscal year versus the end of the calendar year next year. I'm going to stick to the calendar year. That's what's on the forecast. It's just the analysis. What it does is it basically means TOT will recover sooner, and then the structural deficit won't be as bad. I think COVID will take some time. I think that we talk about vaccinations. We're talking about producing those vaccines, people having to be willing to take those vaccines, and then it seems to be mutating as much as we hear all in the news. So this is just to go through the changes quickly between these 2 forecast models. So the end of the fiscal year versus the end of the calendar year. Transient occupancy index is the main difference here. So the way we forecasted it out, if we say we return to normal activity by the end of this fiscal year, the impact is less by about $1.5 million. And the structural deficit will be less than $1 million. And the one-time use of reserves is also a little bit less, if that's how we go through. That's an example again. It's nothing, we haven't decided anything yet. So that's the end of the forecast. Be happy to take any questions. I'm sorry to bring you this bad news, but I think Vice Mayor Nunez asked me during the budget hearing, when I know something, I shall come visit you and come to see you. That's what I'm doing.
Thank you so much, Walter. Thank you so much. I do appreciate the 10-year outlook, but I think the first handful of years are the ones that we're really looking at. And I don't have any questions. I thank you for the presentation. I'll look to the council. Any virtual raised hands? Yes, Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. So, Walter, during our last recession in 2008, when the housing crisis had that multiplier effect on all sectors of society, actually, and hit our cities really hard. How long did that take? I mean, what was the time frame on that? Was it like in 6 months, 3 months? I mean,
Sure.
it had a ripple effect.
It had a ripple effect. That is correct, Councilmember. So I believe, if I remember correctly, the recession was longer than a year as it's guided. What defines a recession? Let's talk about this first. If we have 2 quarters of negative growth, which I think is an interesting term economists use, that defines a recession. And then once eventually you have 2 quarters of positive growth, where the economy is growing, you come out of the recession. But what happened with the housing market is it was a very slow progressing impact to our property tax. At first, people couldn't have lost it. First of all, mortgages were, people were granted mortgages who weren't fiscally, mortgages were granted much more liberal than were granted today. I don't want to just make any qualifications about the actual mortgagee of the person who took out the mortgage. And they were on the brink when the recession happened. People couldn't pay their mortgage. They unfortunately lost their home. It was foreclosed by the banks, and the real estate market totally dropped down. Even in our valley, which is quite interesting, we have one of the most expensive real estate markets in the nation. And then eventually, the property tax was adjusted by the assessor's office. The county assessor got a request to reduce the market value of the house based on the actual market experience. So when a neighbor sold the house for, will only be able to sell the house for, let's say, $200,000 less than the valuation was on the house of one of the neighbors, the neighbor would go and say, hey, the county tax assessor, that's how much the house is worth. Bring down my assessed value, and therefore the property tax hit us. So we got, at the time, we got a tourism tax hit, cities across the valley, because I worked for San Jose at the time. I was in the budget office. We got hit with sales tax, and then we got hit with property tax. So
Right.
can this happen today? I'm wondering, you were asking, no. The interesting thing you read in the news nowadays is the home price value for Santa Clara County from a year ago, from July to July, went up by 5.37%. And people are buying homes, but they're less available, and they just want to get in the housing market. So I don't know yet. I think what is different with this recession, which is really unfortunate, I think, well, it's unfortunate for anybody to lose their job, but I think it's the service workers which are losing their jobs. Hotel workers, people at the airport, and the concessionaires, people in retail, those are small businesses. I wonder it's a different, and I have not read anything about this. I wonder it's a different segment of the population which is losing their jobs nowadays.
Yeah, it seems like the low income, the middle class is getting hit really hard, but the people that already have a wealth, they're actually buying homes. So, and people losing their jobs are the low income and the middle class. So, and then this is a worldwide COVID it's not just regional, it's worldwide. So I'm just wondering how long that ripple effect, when that impact hits, the tsunami, is it second earthquake, the epicenter, and then it just keeps going, and then I'm just wondering
Aftershock.
when the aftershocks, there you go. I'm just wondering when we're gonna feel that, so that way we can be prepared. So maybe next 6 months, not sure.
Unclear, council member. You see some countries having positive growth again in the quarter. China is one of them. They seem to be recovering. They were the first ones hit by COVID, but we don't know. I actually don't know.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, other Councilor Montano, other countries wear masks, and so they're able to open. And so thank you for your leadership with the mask here in Milpitas, face coverings. And so yeah, those dynamics, and I'm not going to get into that here in America about the face coverings. But next up, we have Vice Mayor Nunez.
So thank you very much. Walter, was there a slide that showed what would happen with the sales tax? There's a word here and I just can't read my own writing. So if I wrote the title of the slide, I can't read it.
Sales tax with the impact, what are you referring to?
Well, I remember you showed one that without it, the forecast would look like over the years. Is there one that showed with the sales tax what the impact would be over the years?
Oh, okay. I don't, hold on. I can tell you that. No, I did not show you specifically the sales tax. So what's happening with sales tax per our consultant, you'll see a recovery to the current budget level by 24-25, close to 23-24. The sales tax is at 28.4 we assumed this year. It's coming back to 28.2 per the consultant by 23-24.
Okay. So I do recall saying whenever you get new information, bring it back to us because it's important that we know what's the forecasters are saying. And as I look at this, there's many things at play. Any one of them can change at any time, but we should be aware. The assumption about the business travel, I keep hearing that it really isn't going to come back anytime soon. So that hasn't changed. In looking at this, I think I was hoping that there would be something to sort of indicate with the passage of the sales tax here's the positive impact that would have going forward. Because to me, that's a very important bit of information. So, oh yeah, okay. Is that it?
Yeah, if you look at the bottom row, if you can point you to this, so
Yeah.
if vote
Okay.
approves the sales tax, that has an impact of ongoing revenues of $6 to $6.5 million. And that would take care of 2/3 of the structural deficit as projected today. And then we would have to look at other areas, work with our bargaining units, engage with them, and see what else we can do within our own budget, which has the minimal impact to our community. That is the city manager's goal.
But I think that's an important fact right there, that it takes care of 2/3 of it. And that is the word that I couldn't read, potential. This shows I need better penmanship, but so in my mind, that one fact that it brings in $6 to $6.5 million is important in that it has a great impact on what things have to be changed, have to be reduced, and it's something that is not as negatively impactful or impacted on the other kinds of things that are being offered to citizens. So I would put that in bolder letters if I were you. Thank you. I just think that's important.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Nunez. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's important for the community to really understand so they can make their independent decision. And appreciate you highlighting that. That was of utmost importance. So I want to take a moment now and go to our City Clerk, Mary Lavella, for any public comment for this item.
Thank you, Mayor. There is one comment for this topic. You have a comment from Voltaire Montemayor, 669 Penitencia Street. The mayor, vice mayor, members of the city council, the city manager, and staff, it is imperative that 21 to 30 forecast should be accepted. It's meticulous enough, talented, and expert enough presenter. There will be variables as to nature and science. That's all.
Very well, Mr. Montemayor. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. All righty. Looking for any more virtual raised hands. Gonna give it a couple seconds here. 1, 2, 3. If not, I want to go ahead and make the motion to accept item number 10.
Second.
We got a motion by myself, a second by Vice Mayor Bob Nunez. All in favor of virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Yes.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Yes.
And myself is aye. The motion is carried. Very well accepted. Thank you, Walter. Moving on, we're still moving here. Item number 11. Let's adopt the resolution approving and directing the city manager, Stephen Harris, to implement the COVID-19 fiscal response strategies and guidelines. And it says here we're going with Walter again.
Yes, thank you for bearing with me the third presentation here tonight. I'm bringing it up in a second. I'm getting there right now. Okay. So this item we're bringing to you in response to a direction we received 2 weeks ago. We did talk about the fiscal forecast, and you said, so what are you going to do about this? And so we put this together, these response strategies and guidelines for you to review tonight and then adopt and get your input and then adopt them. Okay, no problem. There we go. So one thing I want to make sure is that there's a supplemental memorandum we issued today where I was adding one more statement, and that is related to resolving the structural deficit I just showed you. So I'm going to go give you some more background, talk about the response strategy and guidelines, and then the recommendation. So I just went for the linear forecast, but if somebody picks up this agenda item by itself, I thought it was important just to repeat the slides here. We talked about the shortfall we're having, the structural deficit we have an issue with, and we talked about a potential way of resolving it. And it's a one-time solutions and ongoing. And that's how the fiscal strategies, fiscal response strategies and guidelines actually set up. First one, and you did this tonight, and we followed through in previous reserve policies. We've set aside expenditure savings from last fiscal year and put them into the reserve. Then we're keeping you up to date, which I did the second item today. So, but obviously the updates general fund forecast. When things significantly change beyond, which requires a new update for forecast, I will do that. But you will definitely have a new one, the 22-31 forecast, as part of in January when we kick off the budget for the next fiscal year. So it's just 3-4 months around. And we did talk about potential budget balancing strategies, one-time use of reserves, or ongoing, such as the ballot measure. Eliminate the general fund structural deficit in about 2 years. I think that's important. Institute a hiring freeze, except for essential positions needed to deliver critical services to our community. Review existing vacancies for opportunities to reorganize. So one thing we plan to do is, if we have a vacant position, how can we change how the work group works? How can we redistribute the work? Less important work may not get done, to have the least amount of the service level impact as possible. But we will have to look at vacant positions as a first strategy to potentially reduce the costs. And these all come back to you. Every time we reduce a position, this is a council action to come back and get your approval and your input. How can we do different business process redesign? So one thing which we have been doing as an organization for the last 3, 4, 5 months, while running a city, while doing the response to the pandemic, while responding to fires, we streamlined. We changed the way we're doing things, and we try to be much more effective in the way we deliver our services internally, for at least, and within HR, finance, and IT, and externally too, so that we can be much more effective in our service delivery to our departments. As an example, we are using DocuSign now to sign our contracts. Before it took us probably 1 or 2 weeks to get a contract signed. Now it takes us probably about 1.5 days. We're taking advantage of, these are all finance related, because I'm more familiar with those items. We're taking advantage of online approval of credit cards through our banking system that's going to be implemented at the end of this month. And we just issued the banking services RFP in order to get better rates and better services from our bank. And this comes back to you for approval by the end of the calendar year. Then, are there any policy ordinances which we would like you to bring for your consideration in order to be more streamlined? Some items have come to you in October. One of them will be a change in procurement policy for your consideration. Main purpose is to streamline. How can we be more effective in our procurement processes, still upholding the tenet of fair and open competition? Non-personal expenditures for cost-saving opportunities. We'll analyze those as part of the budget process or sooner. Continue to track and apply for grants related to COVID. You'll see an item today, you approved today, where building and housing, safety and housing asked you to pay for the administrative costs, but for a more rental relief program. But they've facilitated an extra grant from United Way to our agency, which administers our rental relief program. Inform, that's key, our residents regarding the quarters and sales tax measure. We'll be working on that. Then obviously recommend for council approve the structure and responsibility of the Citizens Oversight Committee. We hope to bring this to you by late September, early October, most likely early October at the council meeting. That's something which you asked us to do when you approved the tax measure, to put it on the ballot. And then it's really important to include the employees and departments for citywide reduction ideas and engage the community, which somehow I must have dropped it here, I apologize. And then provide you with monthly updates on the financial status of the city's general fund. We may do this through info memos, we may do this for a council meeting. It takes longer for the council meeting, because if you think about it, it's usually 6 weeks after the quarter ends to bring you the report. Information memo, we can do this much faster. So these are the strategies and guidelines, hoping for your discussion input and asking for your approval and direction to the city manager regarding the strategies and guidelines.
Thank you very much to our Deputy City Manager, Walter Rossman. Again, I think this is an important item tonight for everybody in Milpitas, whether you're a resident, employee, you know, we've seen the numbers from the previous agenda items showing our deficits in the 8 figures. On the conservative forecasts, I'd like to remind folks again. And so there's been interesting conversations in the community over the past, I would say, 30 days or so since the sales tax measure was provided to our residents for a vote by the residents. And so I feel as we head towards November, not campaigning here, but really just putting public information out. And we're showing some strong commitments from our city manager's office on the steps that we're going to take. And I think this resolution tonight is going to bring much needed clarity to our community on what we're doing. I think a lot of folks in town may not know enough adequately of what we're doing. And this resolution really shows all the strong efforts that we're making. And I'm going to go to my colleagues here, but I do want to, before I forget, go to our public comment if Mary Lavelle has anything for us.
Yes, Mayor, there's one comment I'll read for the council now.
Thank you.
You have a comment from Urvish Mehta of Milpitas. To City of Milpitas council members and city staff, I request city council members to establish COVID-19 exposure notification volunteer program to increase awareness. Also, establishing the funds availability for COVID-19 would be helpful. The city must act more in coordination with county and establish the own efforts. Sincerely, Urvish Mehta. That's the only comment.
Thank you so much, Mary. Appreciate it, and appreciate the comments from the community. Let's go to the virtual dais here. Vice Mayor Nunez.
So thank you very much. I also agree that I think this document is sort of puts it in perspective what's called for going forward. So I agree with you, Mayor, that I was glad to see it. I think it answers some questions about what we're going to do going forward. I appreciated hearing from Walter that it's going to all be brought back to the council so that not only do we hear it, but that the community hears it. So I'm really pleased that it got back to us so quickly. I don't know how the heck Walter did it with all the other pages I've already seen he produced tonight. So I'm just glad that it's here, that we can act on it tonight.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And you know, this is our future, folks. Folks at home, folks that are going to play back this video, folks that are going to look back. You know, God forbid there's no recession 10 years from now, but maybe one day, economists, I guess it's only a part of life. One day there's going to be another recession. Just like we're looking back on the recession, the Great Recession of over 10 years ago, the subprime mortgage meltdown. You know, we're looking there. I heard Councilmember Montano discuss a bit, comment about the last recession. What can we learn? What can we use to be smarter, stronger, more intelligent, more strategic? And so what we're doing tonight, I think, with Walter's work and his skills in finance, you know, we're really being presented a lot of data that was very well calculated, and we're making decisions as policymakers. And this is really the crux of public service and government here. And tonight we got to really be leaders, each of us, in providing input and making decisions tonight and tomorrow and the days after that in the future. This is huge. Tonight is huge as we navigate through this depression that we're in. If I'm scared to even say it, I hope I'll call it a recession for now, but we're starting to see the numbers, and it's becoming a reality. And I thank every council person and vice mayor tonight for really leading during this time. You want to talk about leading during tough times? Well, tonight's it. And every item that we're supporting and improving and really questioning even is a sign of that leadership. And so the worst is yet to come. I just want to keep that in mind for everybody. And so next, a virtual hand here, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for the time. And Walter and Steve, you guys are rock stars. I honestly don't know how you guys produce. I know you guys work nonstop. The item before us has one of the most amazing attachments that I have ever seen presented. And so please know that I value the policies that you have placed before us, from utility rates and fees to CIPs. Everything is aligned to what we're going to see in the forecast. And this is one of the most, I think, challenging meetings that I have had on this council. I definitely feel that this has been one of the most challenging ones, and I know that this is not going to be the first of I know it's not going to end here. It's the first of many. What we're about to see is something drastic, and it's going to be, I would say, the worst recession that I have seen in my lifetime. And so I am hopeful. I do believe we have a strong council, but I absolutely believe that we have a very strong city manager and staff who are working very, very hard for Milpitians. So please know that as a policymaker, I appreciate your leadership for leading and doing the daily operations of the city. And please know that I wholeheartedly appreciate you and this council, because every member is going to have to put their best foot forward, because we have to meet the occasion, and the occasion is unprecedented before us. And so I thank you for establishing the document that is going to help guide us. This makes me feel a whole lot better. I feel very confident that there's a roadmap. And so thank you so much for presenting that. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Dominguez. Okay, I'll look to any further virtual hands. We received the public comment, and I will go ahead and make a motion to adopt this resolution this evening.
Second.
We got a motion. We got a second by Vice Mayor Nunez. All in favor of virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
And myself and I, the motion is approved. The resolution has been adopted. We're looking forward to seeing that reach every street in Milpitas, every home. Okay, thank you for everybody's great work. And moving on to item number 12, approved side letter number 4 between the MPOA and the City of Milpitas effective fiscal year 2021. And the agenda here, we want to welcome Francine Hunt. Francine, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. This is Francine Hunt, Employee Relations Officer. I'm bringing forward a side letter for approval between Milpitas Police Officers Association and the city. This side letter requests an extension of a prior side letter that allowed the sharing of city contributions towards the Retiree Dependent Healthcare Fund between MPOA and Police Command staff. The prior side letter that authorized this sharing of funds agreement expired on June 30, 2020. And the side letter, this one that we're bringing before you, does not increase the city contributions, nor does it create an obligation for future economic expenditures. Although this item could have been placed on consent, we have placed this as a discussion item in response to a request from Vice Mayor at the prior City Council meeting. Staff is asking for City Council's approval of this side letter between MPOA and the city regarding the sharing of funds for the Retiree Dependent Healthcare Fund. Thank you for your time, and I'm now open for questions.
Well, thank you so much, Francine. And we'll go to the Vice Mayor, Bob Nunez.
Yes.
My hands are not raised.
Well, I think you requested to have the item.
Oh, is this pulled?
Yeah, we're on number 12.
I'm sorry, then I have to go back into my thing that's not moving. So is this C?
No, this is number 12 on the agenda.
This is the MPOA. This is on regular agenda.
Regular agenda.
Yeah.
So no, you don't have your hand up. So
I just thought, was this an item
No,
that?
so, nope, not me.
Okay, okay.
But I can move the
apologies.
item. No, so I can move the item.
Yes, yes. I'll second that. Okay.
Okay.
Any virtual raised hands? Anybody else going once? I'm thinking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Count down in my head. Okay, we got a motion by the Vice Mayor. We got a second by myself.
And before we vote, just check with our city clerk to see if we have any public comment. Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you, Chris. Sometimes I get
almost
too
choked
happy.
on my chocolate milk.
Okay, Mary, welcome. Okay, I see the 0. All right. We got a motion by the Vice Mayor. Thank you, Chris. We got a motion by the Vice Mayor, second by myself. All in favor of virtual poll, item number 12. And Councilor Fenn.
Aye.
Councilor Montano.
Aye.
Councilor Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried for the approval of item number 12. Awesome. Now we still got a couple consent items, and so we're gonna get towards that real quick here. So,
Good.
let's see here. Let's go to item number 13. Check in here. I'm fine with it. Did anybody have anything for item number 13? A push for a future item or anything? If not, we can proceed. Yeah.
Well, so
Yeah.
just we can take some of them off. I think we just did. Is 13 the agenda items?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So we just did the second one, 7.
correct.
Correct. Okay.
Correct.
So I'm just trying. I like to take things off the list.
Oh, we
so
will.
Is there any other one? Okay, then I'll leave it up to you to take them off. I won't do that then. If you could.
Certainly.
Okay.
Okay.
So now I'm ready to go back to the consent items that I pulled.
Okay. Let's do that. Let's go to item number 3.
Well, you have number 14.
All right. Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
I was looking at it. I was like, should I? Okay, let's look at 14. Does anybody have any qualms, concerns?
Nope,
positivity?
I don't.
Yeah. Okay, great. Well, I think 14's been received, if I may. Okay. It's always great to see a thumbs up. All right. Thank you, City Manager. And so you guys are keeping me good right now. Toward the end here. So keeping me sharp. Yeah. Okay, great. Iron sharp as iron. All right. Consent item number 3. Let's adopt the resolution regarding the city's tort claims procedure. And so it's been pulled. Let's talk about it. On the agenda has Walter.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, okay. Yes, Vice Mayor.
So-
Yes.
Yeah. So I pulled it. The only reason I pulled it is because it says in here on the resolution, the city council on now for number 1, the city council has considered the full record before it, which may include, but is not limited to, such things as the staff report, testimony by staff and the public, and so on and so forth. So since it was on consent, nobody had a chance to really, so I'm just asking you, Chris, is it okay to just say yes?
So no, it's a good question, Vice Mayor. That's our standard language that we always have for number 1 on all of our resolutions, just indicating that the council's obviously taken public comment, heard from whoever it happens to be that is providing information. But even if it's on consent, yes, we would still take public comment under the general public comment where somebody could pull something from consent. So it's still fine to state that even though it's on consent, because the opportunity is there for someone to weigh in and potentially provide comment.
Okay, so I move the item then, since you feel it's okay.
And then I
Yeah,
will
I'll second.
confirm with our city clerk that we have no public comment too.
Okay, I saw that. I'm for, yep. Okay, great. All righty. And we got a motion by the vice mayor for the item number 3. I'll second that. Virtual roll call in favor. Councilmember Finn.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself as an aye. The motion is carried. Item number 3, that resolution has been adopted. Looking forward to more work on that, Chris. All right. Okay, great. All right. Let's see here. And the other was item number 6.
6. So if you
Yes,
could give me a
Vice Mayor.
page, if you could give me a page reference.
The staff report begins on page 105.
I'm getting there. I apologize.
No worries. I'll check in with Tony. Tony, are you the one for this? If there's any questions, I know the agenda.
Yes, I am. Good evening, Mayor.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask my question since we're here. Why not? I always feel a certain heightened awareness when it comes to hazardous materials. Maybe it's because I deal with that in the military, but what kind of hazardous materials are we talking about here, if I may ask?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Mayor. So what we're talking about here are hazards that we encounter on our roadways and any other items. So these are things if it post accidents, for example, the antifreeze leaking from the cars, we want to prevent those from going into our waterways and harming the natural fish and habitat that's there. So we need to have some swift action put together so that folks can get that Absorbol and other items on there to mop that stuff up. So it's things like that that we're talking about for this contract here.
Okay,
And
great.
so that was okay. Well,
Vice Mayor, please.
So mine was only because I saw the deputy fire chief, environmental logistics. So it had fire involved, and normally it's just you. So does that mean it's all coming underneath you now, Tony? Is that what's happening?
That is correct. Yeah. So we had it sort of splintered off for a few years back, and it just works better having under one umbrella. And since we are out there as public works staff encountering most of those, I made more efficiency as part of the budget for this fiscal year to put it under one umbrella.
Okay. Okay. Then I'm fine with that. So if there's no other questions, I move the item.
Thank you.
Okay, great. I don't see any further questions. We got a motion by Vice Mayor Nunez. We have a second by Councilmember Montano. I think I heard right. And then all in favor, virtual roll call. Last item, Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Self-denied. The motion is carried to approve and authorize for item number 6. Fantastic. Well, I think we were able to accomplish every item on tonight's agenda. I'm looking at the clock. Is that the right time?
Yeah.
I want to thank, I guess, we're going to wrap it up here. I want to thank my colleagues first for just active engagement and leadership tonight with all the items. Like I said earlier, the next recession that may hit, hopefully not soon, but we're going to look back on this time and, they're going to see the video. They're going to see Anthony's in some galaxy. I'm just kidding. It's beautiful. The Northern Lights, but but they're going to see it's the Northern Lights. It's
no, it's actually the astral plane. It's a tribute to Chadwick Boseman and of course Roland Black Panther.
Oh, wow. Thank you for the clarification. That is poetic, Anthony. That's
Nice.
awesome. Thank you for teaching me that today. But no, they're gonna look back and they're gonna see the work we're doing and the decisions we're making, and I think that's huge. And we can all say one day, like, this is what we're faced with, and we really took it on, and it's all been provided by our staff, the whole city manager's office, all three of you, and our city attorney, and Mary getting us through this, and every department director. If we can have productive meetings like this, talking about the worst things that can impact the city, then that's how strong we are as leaders, respectively. And so thank you for all the panelists and all the attendees. Although we can't look across the City Hall chambers to see all of ourselves in person, just seeing the names and folks zooming in, that counts. And if you didn't speak tonight, we still recognize you, and we still see you, and I know you're listening, and that means something. And so tonight, I'm going to adjourn the meeting in honor of one of our residents that passed away last month, Mr. Rex Skyver. He lived over by Rancho Middle School off of Yosemite and Sequoia, and he raised his family here, and this was a resident of our city for over 30 years. And so huge part of St. John's Church, and he was a Navy veteran. He was married to a person of Filipino descent. And so just huge involved with our community. And so I do want to adjourn this meeting tonight in his memory. So if we could take just a moment. All right, this meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Have a great night.
You too.
Night.
Bye. Good night.